Sweet.
Present share screen.
Evening, Johnny. Let's hear a couple of sounds, mate.
Entire screen. No. There you go.
Discovered love one cloudy day. I wouldn't change it for a thing. You gave your love so freely. I thank you for your gift to me. Hold on while I go down memory lane. I need to feel your love again. Hold on while I go down memory lane. Take me to a special place. We talked and wandered aimlessly. I needed you, you needed me. And all the while I felt you feel. I wish that moment could stand still. Hold on while I go down memory lane. I need to feel your love again. Hold on while I go down memory lane. Take me to a special place. Our circumstances don't agree. The situation's hard on me. Turn up my mind, try and read. Or can I give up the best? Hold on while I go down memory lane. I need to feel your love again. Hold on while I go down memory lane. Take me to a special place. Hold on while I go down memory lane. I need to feel your love again. Hold on while I go down memory lane. Take me to a special place. you. It hurts me too. You love her more when you should love her less. I see you stick up behind her and always take her mess. But when things go wrong with you, it hurts me too. Why don't you quit her? Please put that woman down. Oh, I can't stand to see you pushed around. 'Cause when things go wrong for you, really hurts me too. You say you're hurting, almost lost your mind. That woman you're loving hurt you all the time. But when things go wrong with you, hurts me too.
Rightio. DWP, welcome. Jeff, you must have volume on your YouTube on. Welcome, Jeff.
Yeah. It's because, Johnny, I've muted it so there's no echo. If I want to make comments, I've got to flip to the other screen tight and come back to this one. Because I noticed that the YouTube, it's like 20 seconds behind, something like that.
Yeah, correct. That's why you get the...
Hey, good evening, mate. How's your weekend been?
Busy.
Yeah, same here.
But it's always a good thing to be busy. What was the old saying? Idle hands are the devil's work, or something of that nature.
Yeah, the devil makes idle hands or something like that. Yeah, it's devil's work with idle hands. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, that's something we're showing our age with that one, Johnny. Kids wouldn't understand it.
No, I think they're born that way.
Oh, mate, yeah. It's just, like I've got two kids. One's 33, one's 31. They're great kids. I love them. And Jesus Christ, they got no idea. It's all political correctness, It's all this pronouns and all that shit, But like I say, they're my kids and I love them, but they've grown up in a, like you confront them with anything. Oh, you've hurt my feelings. I'm upset. I need counselling. I mean, it's ridiculous, but that's That's the generation of kids we've bred, mate. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Yeah.
You know, it's like this crew. I know this is really off topic. It might be a bit controversial, but it's like these people who say, well, I've decided that I'm a woman. So I'm going to dress up in woman's clothes and wear makeup and walk down the street, and you have to acknowledge me as a woman. Well, no thanks, mate. You're a bloke who's dressed up in woman's clothes. If that's what turns you on, fine. But I don't have to acknowledge you. As far as I'm concerned, you're a bloke in woman's clothes. Stay out of the woman's bathroom, you prick.
There was a song. There was a song about that. Just walk on by.
Oh, yeah.
Wait on the corner.
Hey, listen, I'm going to show the viewers this. I could get in trouble because it's a tobacco product. You see this?
Doesn't matter.
Well, this is a 100 gram pack of loose tobacco. And I bought this for $50 at a tobacconist shop here in Casino. Now, if you go into Coles, Woolies, all the tobacconists, 50 grams is about $120. So getting 100 grams for $50, I think I've done bloody well. It's legal.
Is that
they
that
call
wacky?
it chop shop.
Yeah, I thought it was wacky backy.
Whatever, but no, but it's actually, it makes a really good smoke. It's a very light, mild tobacco. I don't want to pull it all out because I don't, you know, it's a very, I don't know if you can see the colour of it, but you know, it's like a mild Virginia tobacco. It's got a nice taste, nice flavour, smokes well. 100 grams for $50, and like I say, 50 grams in the shops is over 120. So to get twice that much for less than half the price, just go into your tobacconist people around Australia, ask for a 100 gram bag of chop shop. That's what the girl behind the counter called it. She said, we call it chop shop tobacco, and they show them to you in these packets. So as you can see, it's all legal and everything. It's got all the shit on it. It's even got www.quit.newsouthwales.gov.au on it. It's all legit. It's not that under-the-table, illegally smuggled stuff. So, yeah, I was bloody wrapped. $50 for 100 grams of tobacco. You know, beats the shit out of $30 a day. And, you know, I've rolled my own as a trucker for friggin' years, so it doesn't worry me.
Yeah, right, onto the topic.
Yes, and I've got a lot of input into that.
I know, that's why you're here.
Oh, right, thank you.
Now,
I need a haircut.
and I mean travelling in general.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I've just had a lot of experience with exactly what you wanted to talk about, and it was really interesting. It was really cool too.
The thing is, Australia, or mainly like Victoria. Frankie, welcome, mate. Welcome. In here, what hot food sitting in a Bain Marie can only be there for 20 minutes. If it's
And
not
that's
sold,
if it's in a Bain Marie. There are countries in the world it's just in an open plastic plate.
yeah, well, that's the point I'm getting to. You know, you throw it away. Now, we have a lot of regulations for food here in this country, yet you can still get cooked from professional kitchens, and that's quite often on the news. And as you travel around, you have dodgy places selling food.
Oh, yeah.
And let's say you've got a 50-50 chance. You know, you either carry a toilet roll or a sledgehammer, one of the two. But travelling overseas is very interesting. as you said, stuff will be cooked in the morning. It'll be cold and it'll be just sitting there.
Well, not only that, Johnny, I've got some interesting stuff to tell you about something even far worse than that. You're going to freak out, but I can back up my source. It's well documented. But when I tell you what I'm going to tell you, you're going to vomit because it is disgusting. But anyway, keep going.
What, were they kicking the rats out of the way while they're cooking?
No, that would be even better than what I'm going to tell you. That wouldn't be as bad as what I'm going to tell you about certain types of food and certain places in the world that served up. You will not believe what I'm going to tell you, but I can give you sources to actually prove what I'm saying, and that's something that I came across recently on a recent overseas trip, and it really opened my eyes. And mate, when I tell you, when we get further down the stream and we start talking about it, you are just going to want to vomit.
Well, you know, I've seen some of these little mum and pup kitchens in the Philippines, and the rats have been bigger than cats, running around, and they don't even worry about them.
Yeah, that is true. I've look, the trolls are going to eat us alive for saying this sort of thing. They don't like the truth, and they like to pull us apart for telling the raw truth. But for the people out there who've never been to Southeast Asia and never seen this, they find it hard to believe. But as you and I both have witnessed it personally on a number of occasions, we know it's true.
Well, you go up into northern Thailand, and on the side of the road you can buy barbecued rats.
Yep.
It's not quite a delicacy, but it's a source of protein which is eaten.
Yeah, fried scorpions, roasted bloody locusts, and all sorts of bugs, beetles. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
In the Philippines, they have a skewer, the barbecue stands, and I was just recently, at Carbon Night Markets in downtown city Cebu, and they have these skewers, and they have these big like chunks. They're like very chunky, like that, and they're on skewers, and it's quite dark. It's actually dark brown, but it's actually dried chicken blood. And they fry it up, and the Filipinos it's just coagulated, dried blood. When they slaughter the chicken, they hold it up, they catch the blood, somehow they dry it into a lump, and they cook it up on a skewer on the street fools, and it's 5 pesos a skewer, and they sell out as soon as they start putting them on the stand. I mean, just great big hunks of dried chicken blood. I mean, ugh.
Well, you've got barbecue in the Philippines, you've got chicken heads, you got chicken liver,
feet. You've got pig head. Feet. You know, I've seen two women. I swear, I was at a fiesta, and I watched two women pulling each other's hair out as to who got to suck the eyes out of the pig's head. I swear to God. Now, anybody who knows the Philippines knows that is a delicacy over there. And when you buy lechon, which is the whole roasted pig, of course, someone gets the head. And it's just amazing to watch these people pick up a pig's head and suck the eyes out of it, and then, suck all the crap out of the head. I mean, but in the Philippines, that's normal. I'm not complaining. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying this is what they do in the Philippines. I'm not putting it down. I'm not running it down. That's their culture. I respect it. I wouldn't do it. But that is, to them, a normal food etiquette. I mean, revolting as it is to someone like me from a Western country who has never sucked the eye out of a pig, in the Philippines, that is absolutely, utterly and totally normal. I'm just saying it. I'm not condoning it. I'm not putting it down. I'm not rubbishing it. Yeah. It happens. It's done.
I remember, Jeff, first trip to the Philippines, at a restaurant, a totally cooked, like a whole fish cooked.
Yep.
And a young lady that I was kind of entertaining, first thing that she went for
was the head.
Was the head, and sucked the eyes out of the fish.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, like when I buy prawns from the market or the fish shop, I bring them home, I shell them, I chuck the head away. I pull the head off and chuck it away. In the Philippines, you know, when we went to restaurants and I took the head off and put it on the side of the plate, everybody looked at me like crazy. And at the end of the night, you know, they'd get a doggy bag and take my prawn heads. They go, what are they going to do with that? Give them to the dog. Hell no, that's breakfast.
Yep.
You know, look, we all have our sensibilities about what we like and dislike about certain food items. I myself can't bring myself to pick up a prawn head and suck the stuff out of a prawn head. I just can't do it. It turns me off. And I think a lot of Westerners would probably feel the same way. But in the Philippines, that is just a waste of food. They don't look at it that way. Yeah, those 10 or 20 prawn heads that I threw away that night probably are the difference between someone getting a meal and not getting a meal. So when you look at it from their point of view, who am I to complain? I'm not complaining. I'm just stating my food preference compared to someone else in the world and their food preference. That's all. You know, I don't eat sheep's brains or cow's brains. You know, what do they call them? Sweetbreads. The idea of it just puts me off. My father used to love them. He'd sit down and he'd tuck into brains. Ugh, give me a break. You know, everybody's got an aversion to certain things. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of viewers watching the stream right now that would never in their live bloody existence ever sit down and eat fried scorpions. You know, they just wouldn't do it. But there's so many countries around the world where fried scorpion is a bloody delicacy. Different strokes, different folks.
Well, you were talking about the chicken blood.
Yeah, that put me off. I couldn't do it.
Black sausage, you know, black sausage.
Same thing. Yeah.
It's only blood and rice.
Yeah. G'day, Stuart. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of food like I can't stand liver. You know, liver and onions. Oh my God, the taste of liver just makes me puke. I had it once as a kid and I've never eaten it again. I can't even stand the smell of it, you know. So I've had a couple of really embarrassing situations where I've been staying with friends overnight and in the morning they cook up liver and bacon for breakfast. Oh my God, you know, you can't be rude and refuse it. And I'm sitting there and I'm forcing this down and I just want to, you know. Just the taste and the smell of it makes me, ugh. I mean, I'm sure everybody's got, you know, like, not everybody eats everything that everybody else eats. We've all got our tastes and our preferences. You know, the stuff you like to eat and the stuff you won't eat. Just simply refuse to. And that's all I'm saying about the difference between our food that we eat and are used to here in Australia is what the Filipinos are used to and eat in the Philippines. You know, it's a totally different ball game. I mean, like, you know, balut, the duck embryo. There's no way I'm going to eat a duck embryo. They wolf it down like it is, you know, chocolate. They love it.
Duck or chicken?
Yeah, well, it's the duck egg and it's nearly formed. They boil it just before it's ready to hatch. So you've got the fully formed duck embryo in it. They boil it, crack it open, and they scoop out the fully formed embryo and eat it and suck it all down. And mate, I mean, think about it. You crack open the egg, it's not white and yellow. It's the fully formed chicken.
Yeah, it's just missing most of its feathers, but I think it's about 21 days.
Yeah, and they love it in the Philippines. You know, the first time I saw it and it was offered to me, I nearly puked. Honestly, I just retched. I dry retched. But, you know, that's my Western reaction. They all laughed, you know, because, and then fair enough too, because that's their food. That's what they're used to. That's what they grow up with, and that's what their lifestyle is about. And like I say, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that that's what you can get, and that's what Filipinos eat. Well, good luck to them. But I'm not going to eat it. Puts me off.
First time.
And I've got every right to have my preferences to think and feel like that. Same as everybody else has got their preferences. You know, there's people out there, you know, those complete and utter total morons. Well, what do we call them? Vegans who don't eat meat. Well, you know.
I wish I had one next door, then I wouldn't have to mow the lawn.
Yeah, exactly. You know, exactly. They say don't eat meat. And say, well, it's getting to the stage where there's not going to be eating any meat left because you're eating all their food. Oh shit!
Yeah, like I say, I've told this story before. On a bus from Davao to Jensen, they had a wayside stop, and I got off. Had a cigarette. There was a lady selling ladies selling what I thought were boiled eggs. So I bought some of these boiled eggs, and the bus set off, and I cracked this egg open, and it was bullet. And I went, "Oh, you got to be joking!"
Yeah.
And I said to another lady, she had some eggs, and I said, "They've got this wrong." And she laughed, and she said, "Here, you have mine." She had the boiled eggs, I had the bullet.
Right. And she was happy with the blue. Yeah, like it's actually quite a funny thing now with newbie. Well, when you're in the Philippines and you meet someone that's just got off the plane, it's their first time there. You take the piss out of them. You really take the piss out of them, and you give them balut. You think, come on, mate. And you want to see the reactions from some of the newbies that turn up. Like far out, mate. It's hilarious. Have you ever heard of PAG? PAG, P-A-G stroke P-A-G.
No.
Okay, that's what I was referring to earlier, make you vomit. Now, what happens is, PAG in places like the Manila slums, the Tondo, Smoky Mountain, and a lot of the slums in Manila and Cebu, and look all over the Philippines. PAG is the name that is given to the street vendors that go around the restaurants and have the restaurants deliver them all their leftover chicken that's been thrown out in the garbage off people's plates. Now, those garbage bags have been out, people go to a restaurant, they eat a chicken dinner, and chicken is a huge source of consumption in the Philippines, and the amount of chicken waste is unbelievable. And people actually pay the restaurants like 2 pesos a kilo for all the chicken that's been thrown out in their restaurant. All the leftover food off customers' plates, all the bits and pieces they chop and don't cook for the menus, and they chuck it in the garbage. And that can sit there for up to 8-12 hours. So at the end of the night, at midnight, they go through the garbage, and you can see this. It's well documented. And they take out all the chicken, they separate it, they take it home, they wash it in water, in bowls of water. They then put it in a huge cauldron with a huge amount of garlic, shallots, red onions, spring onions, and a massive amount of tomato soup with a bit of salt and pepper, and they call it caldereta, and they sell it in plastic bags, and each serving is 10 pesos. And it is hugely consumed. PAG. Chicken bones taken from the rubbish of restaurants and hotels and resorts and food places. It's been in the rubbish at least 12 hours, and with all the other garbage. It's not just chicken, all the other garbage that's in with it. And these guys are sitting there in these back alleys, going through these garbage bags, bare hands, no gloves on or anything like that, picking out all this chicken waste. And then they, like I say, they wash it, boil it up with all these extra herbs and spices and tomato sauce, call it caldereta, and sell it for 10 pesos a serve. And it is probably the most consumed takeaway dish anywhere in the Philippines. Now, would you eat that? I wouldn't. Because, as you said, it's got to be in a bain-marie for only a certain number of hours before, and chicken especially, pork is probably more, worse, but chicken is left unrefrigerated. You know as well as I do, you're just asking for salmonella and all sorts of other gastroenteritic bloody problems. But something that's been in a garbage bag for a minimum 12 hours and then handled by a street vendor, God knows where his hand's been, and then recooked. I mean, you can only cook meat a certain number of times before you know, like it's like when you unfreeze something from the freezer. If you freeze a chicken bone, a chicken wing, you can't refreeze it. It gathers all the enzymes, and you'll get really sick. And you can't recook it. Once you've cooked chicken in the fry pan, you can reheat it, say in the microwave, but you don't put it back in the pan the next day and reheat it. Let alone sell it to the public after you've dug it out of the garbage. But that is called pag, and that is a massive, huge street consumed food all over the Philippines. And every bloody person that lives in the Philippines that's watching this live stream now will know that and will confirm what I'm telling you is the truth. But to me, oh my God, that is just
another one that's largely consumed right throughout Southeast Asia is dried fish.
Yeah, in Bisaya language around the Cebu areas, Bisayan Islands, the Bisaya word for dried fish is tuyo, Tuyo. There is another word for it, starting with B, I think, but it's mostly referred to as toyo. I eat dried fish. I don't mind it. A lot of foreigners are disgusted by it. They can't stand the smell of it. They ban their wives from cooking it in their houses here in Australia. I don't. If my wife wants to cook toyo, that's her food. It's not up to me to be some sort of petty little tyrant to tell my wife she can't eat her food. And she cooks dried fish in the house all the time. You can buy it here from Filipino restaurants and Asian grocery stores. And she cooks it all the time. And it's none of my business. And I get really anti with these bloody Westerners that I know who say, don't cook that in the house, it stinks, you're not cooking that in the house. Well, bugger you, mate. That's what she grew up with. That's her food. That's her custom. That's her culture. Have you got a marriage or have you got a tyrannical dictatorship? That's your wife. Piss off.
I'm a dictator. I call that stuff SS. Stinky shit.
It is, but
that's why there's a dirty kitchen out the back.
Yeah, I mean, 9 times out of 10 now, if we're having a lot of people around, she'll cook it on the barbecue because, most of, like every Friday night, we have a crew of Filipinos around, karaoke, drinkies, had a lot of fun. And there's always dried fish. Always. Dried fish or squid. The one thing, I don't mind the dried fish, but the dried squid, God, that's off-putting. That is real. That is such a different taste to the real squid, But the dried fish, I mean, all it is, it's just like a salted potato chip. There's no difference. It's just like a really salty potato chip. It's just crunchy, salty. That's all it is. There's no bad flavour. It's just very salty. So if you don't like salt, you won't like dried fish. If you like...
I bought home from Thailand once. My wife wanted salted fish.
Yep.
And normal from her, she asked 3 or 4 people to get some and me. So once again, I had to buy a second suitcase just to fit it in.
Been there, done that.
And the people at customs, they said, what's that? And I said, it's that half-dried salty fishy stuff. And they said, is it packaged? And I said, yes, it is. It's all professionally packaged.
Yep.
And they said, it'll be fine. Because you could smell it coming through the suitcase.
Yes, I must admit, in 1997, when we went over there the first time, took the kids over, and it was my first time to meet my Asawa's family, she brought a lot of it back. And luckily at the time, one of her relatives was an official at Mactan Airport in quarantine, and she printed us up quarantine documents to say that it was safe, consumable, blah, 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 blah. and we presented those when we came back through customs. The minute you opened the bag, everybody just stood back, and I thought to myself, yeah, it stinks, but so what? There were African people bringing back African delicacies. There are all sorts of people from all sorts of countries around the world bringing back stuff to eat that you and I would puke. But I thought to myself, well, hang on, different strokes, different folks. Everybody's got a right to eat whatever they like. Whether you and I like it or understand it doesn't matter. I mean, I've seen stuff from the Pacific Islands that I wouldn't give to my dog. But that's my opinion. I don't have to eat it if I don't want to. I don't have to like it. But I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that we all have our perceptions about what we'd eat and what we find acceptable. And there's nothing wrong with that. No one's forcing that stuff down my throat. And I'm not going to go to the Philippines and say, you can't sell that. That's unhygienic. That's bad. I'm not going to say that. It's none of my bloody business. And if I did say that, I'd expect to get a punch in the head. Who the hell am I? So that's why I want to clarify that. Although it doesn't appeal to me in any way, shape or form and turns me off, it doesn't mean that I'm against it. It's just I'm not going to eat it. I hope I'm getting that straight, because I know the trolls will pull me apart and tell me that now Jeff wants to ban all Filipino foods, because that's the idiots that they are.
No, that's not right, Jeff. Just ban Filipinos that are a bit intoxicated and karaoke machines.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what I say, Johnny. It is twisted into the most sick, pathetic bullshit. You got no idea. But, like I say, on a recent trip to Cebu, I was lucky enough to get around the real Philippines. I'm not a condo man. I'm not a resort man. I'm not a big fancy stay in the hotels man. I'm a barrio boy. I live with the real people in the barrio. And I eat barbecue off street stalls. I got no problem, because, mate, you want to see how hot the barbecue stands are. I mean, you touch them and you're going to get third-degree burns no matter what. I mean, as bad as the chicken is, they get it from the market, it's got flies crawling all over it, and people pick it up and handle it, and they breathe on it and cough on it and all the rest of it. But once you put it on 1,000-degree bloody barbecue, it's cooked. It's cooked. And if there was a germ or a nasty in there, it's been fried. So I'll eat barbecue. And I've actually had conversations in airports with people that I've met at the airport waiting to get on a plane. Where did you stay? Oh, I stayed out in the barrio on Mactan Island. What? I stayed at the White Sands Hotel. I said, well, why bother going to the Philippines, you fool? You could have done that at home. Stay in a big fancy place at home. Why waste all that money going to a foreign country to stay in the luxury that you've got at your own bloody place, you fucking idiot? You know what I mean?
Hello, we've got welcome, Jürgen.
Hey,
Hello, thank you.
How you going?
Thank you. All good. All good.
Ah, bonjour, monsieur.
No, he's Swiss.
Oh, Swiss.
Not me.
The only thing
I'm
I
Swedish.
know about the
right.
Swiss is you've got a really
No,
fucking
Swedish,
good banking
that's right.
system, mate.
I knew it started with an S.
Yeah.
He can be a shit as well.
Yeah. Could be. Could be.
And if you refer to it in writing, it's S-U-I-S-S-E. A lot of people write S-W-I-S-S, but it's S-U-I-S-S-E, isn't it, JG?
Sorry
Swiss.
again.
When you
I'm
refer to...
Swedish.
Oh, Swedish.
Yes.
Sorry, you said Swiss.
Oh, that's near enough. I
Yeah,
forgot.
close enough.
I'm getting old, remember? I forget.
Johnny,
Swedish.
same but different.
Hello,
Yeah, it starts with an
Sven.
S.
Do you want to have the second meat tonight, Sven?
The most famous person I know out of Sweden is the chef on
ABBA.
Well, there he is. The man
Oh
himself.
yeah,
Sorry.
the Muppet Show. The Muppet Show.
Sorry, Big T. Didn't
Welcome,
realise
Mr.
that was you.
Tony.
Yeah,
Have
Johnny's
you-
still a bit of
have you-
feedback. Don't know why.
That's Jeff.
Oh, fuck, Jeff. Move it out.
Yeah, I've just realised who Pissed Again is. Sorry about that, my friend.
No, Jeff, turn off the YouTube. Just watch the StreamYards.
Yeah.
No, Jeff, click up on the top or wherever your screen is and turn off YouTube.
I have.
I think it's Johnny that is echoing.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
I haven't got an echo. Has someone got an echo?
Yeah, I have.
It's echoing when Johnny is talking. And I can hear myself twice.
Now, is the
Yeah.
echo still there?
No, it's Johnny. When you turn off your microphone, Johnny, the echo goes away. No, it didn't.
Yeah. We've had this trouble on a couple of live streams with Johnny over the last couple of times, and I thought it was my end. But then when other people came on the panel, it was the same problem with them. So I knew it wasn't my end. So there's definitely
it's still
two
echoing.
mics or speakers, Johnny.
Johnny turned off his microphone and it's still echoing.
Okay, and so it stopped.
Well, he's not talking at the moment, so. But I don't hear any echo now from you, KG, or you, Jeff.
Okay, say something, Johnny.
Hello.
No, well, it looks like we've fixed it. I don't know. It's a technical bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always something.
Oh, look. None of this stuff's perfect. And I must admit, my internet is not fantastic.
Actually, Johnny, it's a lot better than what it was the other night.
Oh, that was hopeless. On the second try, Tony, it got better.
Yeah, I can still hear a bit of echo. I don't know. It could be me. I've got no idea.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I hear the echo as well. Hey, old man is here. Can't hear you, Stephen.
Now can you hear me?
There you go.
John, just listen to me for a sec, mate. You got to do it. You've got to turn off everybody's microphone and get them to talk, and you get rid of the echo that way. You'll find out who's doing it.
Hang on.
You turn off Jeff, turn off JJ, turn off Pestigate.
I've done something which I should have checked, which I didn't.
It's gone.
Jeff's microphone wasn't on echo cancel. There you go. Full stop. Done.
How do you know that?
Because I had a look.
Right.
I remembered Jeff, and I had a look, and I went, well, hang on, I can do something about that. I remember that now.
I hate being a bad boy. Every fucking time and shit's going to happen, it happens to Jeffrey.
Well, I fixed
All right,
it.
Jeff.
I fixed it. That's why Stephen come on to say, you know better than that, you dickhead. You can do that. And oh, yeah, that's right. I'll go and check the microphones and make sure they're all on echo cancel. Yeah. Oh, a rookie mistake, but it's not a rookie because I've been doing it for years.
Yeah, but we all sometimes forget one button every now and then. So
How many
shit
times
happens.
how many times have you forgotten the end stream button and things have gone tits up?
It has happened.
So
The
everybody
worst
happy now?
one I did was when I fell asleep and Steph went in charge of the stream.
Oh my god!
JJ, I've seen one of the funniest things on YouTube when you were streaming and you fell over and broke down all your backdrop. That would make I pissed myself laughing. That's the best stream I've seen. That'd have to get the Academy Award for the year, mate. Hope you got a recording of that.
Oh, I was so fucking pissed.
Yeah, it's good. I was just about to come on. I thought, oh, just watch for a while. Jesus.
In the morning, I was like, "What the fuck happened to my green screen?"
Yeah, why not? Shit happens. Don't worry about it. It's funny.
But now the green screen is fixed again. So
All right. What fix for
And there's
Son of Green Screen? Son of Green Screen. It's the next one, is it?
same one.
Part 2.
Yeah.
How you going, Jeff? How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, Steve. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Who's that? Who's
not
pissed
too
again?
bad,
Who's
I-
that?
Pissed again.
I
It's
had
Tony.
Oh, okay.
my car.
G'day,
started
Tony.
up.
Yeah, what happened?
G'day, Steve.
Oh,
Battery on
hey, g'day,
my
Tony.
the battery on my key fob died.
Yeah.
So that
Oh, yeah.
disables the immobiliser. Can't start the car.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I went and got a new battery, put it in, doesn't make any difference because the fob is all it's old and things. So I've got to go and got to go down to Ford and Lismore, get a new bloody key, get it all reprogrammed and everything. Because if you don't push unlock, then
Yeah.
the computer doesn't get a signal to say that the car can be started.
Jeff, do you know how much they're worth?
Yeah, hundreds. Hundreds.
About 400.
Yeah, well, you can buy a blank key, the exact duplicate of eBay.
Hang on, can I just say something, man? If you look, your key should be able to start that car without any it's got a little chip in it. If you put it in the ignition, it'll start the car and everything, right? But it won't lock your doors and so forth. Okay?
Yeah, no, the guy explained it to me. The NRMI guy came. And
Okay,
he said
all right then.
because when I click the open, that sends a signal to the immobiliser to allow the car to be started with the key. And when the battery's flat, it doesn't get that signal. And he said if you try to turn it over, he said you'll fuck the starter motor and everything.
What model of Ford is it?
FG 2014.
Oh, that's all different, mate. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's an LPG motor only. There's no petrol.
Hey,
Okay.
Steve,
Yeah, mate. Yeah, Tony. Yeah.
I know what you're doing. You're Googling shit, but guitar in the background and you got a bit of studio shit going on there. What
Yeah,
do you-
just a hobby. Just a hobby, Tony. I play guitar. Just a hobby.
Yeah, but the microphone set up and all that stuff, obviously you're not a silly man.
No, I got the $1,000 microphone here. Yeah, $1,000.
Yeah. Oh, you should see Steven's full setup. It's kind of impressive. It is.
Tony,
That's
get him to do a microphone review. He opens his drawers. He's got
For
every
fucking
microphone
hours.
known to man.
I have, yeah.
He collects them. He's got a microphone fetish.
Fucking 16 of them, Tony. Got 16 fucking microphones.
Yeah, well, I can relate to that because I've got 16 extra wives.
Wow, that's today. I'll swap you
Ah,
that.
there you go. There
What's
you
the
go.
recipe? What's the recipe you use?
Steve, the longer I look at you, the more you remind me of John Laws. It's not funny.
John Laws. Which one? John Laws?
Yeah, well, that fucking if you painted that thing gold, fucking hell, mate, you'd be a twin brother.
Yeah.
John Laws was a handsome man.
Yeah, so he saw it. So he told everybody.
Okay, so I'm pissing in his pocket. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, and get some casserole, GDX.
I'm going to promote. Oh, yeah, geez, I remember that commercial. Yeah.
Well, who else do you know an Aussie who sits there in front of a microphone like that? I mean, like, it's just John Law. He's got John Laws written all over him.
Oh, that's the most popular microphone people use, Jeff. Seriously. They're all using it. Banana King uses it. Picker Boss uses one. What's his name? Pick Boss. Sorry, I keep calling him Picker Boss. I don't know why. Probably Bobby Dyer.
Bobby Dyer and
I use one of these.
Just look.
Holy
that's
moly,
the
what's that? R2D2.
snowball.
Yeah.
Well, he lives in the snow, so why not have a snowball?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
that's
you
the difference
go.
between a snowman
The
and a
one,
snowball.
the one Johnny's got's the best, JG. Don't want to spend a lot of cash.
Well,
It's probably a little bit better than that one.
It's a bloody good microphone. It can bounce off the floor and all those kind of things,
Mhm.
and it delivers very, very good sound. But the thing is, you don't talk into it; you talk across it.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Oh,
from his
yeah,
days.
yeah, yeah.
That's Jeff. That's from his days with the Beatles.
that's,
The
that's,
Beatles.
that's what you do. That's what you do when you're in mining underground, talking on UHF or VHF. You never talk into a microphone.
No.
You always talk across it because it
Yeah.
becomes distorted. Yeah.
Called plosives.
Is that why some of the presenters you see they've got that round black thing in front of their microphone so it deflects?
That's
the-
called the dead cat. That's called the dead
This,
cat.
you mean this
the
one?
dead cat's the fluffy. That Jurgen uses that one he's got very regularly because he gets socially excited and some of the beer comes out when he's talking.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
I'll put a snappy on. There you go. Is that better?
I have it like that.
Johnny, Steve's trying to get us back on the topic track by talking about dead cat Southeast Asian street food. So he was just trying to get us back on topic, bring out the dead cat.
Yeah.
Well,
Nothing wrong with cat.
Probably.
Tastes like chicken, actually.
Oh,
I don't know.
Chicken's a ball,
Goddamn
man.
cat. Anybody record that? Fuck
Yeah.
me. Hey,
Actually,
I've got to tell me, Joke. Come on, John. I've got to tell me, Joke. How do you make a cat bark?
throw petrol on it and flick a match.
You
in.
bastard.
That
You
wolf.
bastard, Johnny. You bastard, Johnny.
I didn't hear it. Tell me, I missed it.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah.
How
It's
do you
about
make
as
a
it
cat
is.
go wolf? How do you
I
make a
missed the
cat go wolf?
punchline. How do you make a cat bark?
Yeah, you throw petrol on it and flick a match in it. It goes woof.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's so gruesome, but still funny.
Jeff, Jeff, you were
I should have put up that bit. Cat lovers, please turn away now.
Yeah. A little
Oh, nothing-
disclaimer.
Nothing wrong with a hot pussy.
Nothing said on this channel is relevant to
Hey,
anything.
Jeff.
And
Jeff, you're from the-
truth has been hidden.
Jeff, you're from the Philippines.
Yeah,
What does Kiki mean?
Kiki?
Yeah.
Yeah, pussy.
Bit dirty, Jeff.
Well, there's two different. You can have it either in Tagalog or Bisaya, and two similar words might mean two different things. But Kiki and Manila, pussy.
Yeah, but the other thing is you have a lot of people named
Yeah, or
KK.
peck.
Kike.
P-E-K, peck, peck.
Peck, peck.
Mm.
Ooh. Well, a new word every day. Remember that, JJ, when we go to the Philippines.
Kike, which is very similar, is a very normal like nickname,
Yeah.
which don't mean anything like that.
Ah. Oh, well. So, how do we travel to the Philippines? How do you get there, Jeff? You got a favourite
Well-
airline, a cheap way to get there? When I was successful and famous, I shouted my foreman over there twice, mind you, and I paid about $2,500 at Christmas time to get him there.
You will. Christmas is the worst time to go. The cheapest time
Ridiculous.
is October.
What do you normally pay for a ticket over there?
Well, pre-pandemic, it was around about 900 to 1,100 return. It's now
Ooh.
economy return. Now, economy return from just about anywhere in Australia to, say, Cebu return is between 1,500 and 1,700 return. And that's economy.
Damn, that's expensive.
Yeah, it's gone through the roof. It's gone through the
Nothing
roof.
you
Now,
can, nothing you can do. Sorry, go on, Jeff. Sorry, I'm talking over the top of you. Go on.
but here's your problem: is exactly what you said, Steve. Is getting there. Now there are a number of airlines you can take. If you want to pay premium, you're talking Qantas, Air New Zealand, Emirates. You're talking Singapore Airlines, the number one carriers. But if you want to go cheap, you can go Cebu Pacific, Air Asia, Philippine Airlines. But Philippine Airlines have actually got quite greedy. They are not selling anything other than economy seats. You can't buy a business seat. They have taken they are just charging through the nose to make up for the pandemic for all the economy seats. But here's the thing. Now, if you're in Melbourne, Perth, Brisbane, the major capitals, Sydney, Adelaide, all that, you can't fly direct to Cebu, which is my wife's home province. Even though it's the second major city in the Philippines, you cannot get a direct flight anywhere in Australia to Cebu. You have to go through either Manila or one of the other new open satellite cities. You can go to Panglao on Mindanao. You can go to Clark, but then you have to get an internal flight. But most of them go to Manila, and then you get a connecting flight down to your province. So your connections can be a real pain in the ass. The last time I went, I flew Brisbane International to Changi at Singapore. I had a 7-hour layover, and then it was a 3.5-hour trip to to Cebu. So there's a number of ways you can go, and you don't have to go to Manila or Cebu. There are a number of satellite international airports that they've opened up because all the different islands were begging for the tourism trade, and Manila was getting all the airlines coming through Manila. They had a monopoly on it. And after Duterte got to power, he said, well, this is a bit of bullshit, and all these islands are suffering from not having tourism, so we'll open up more international airports on other islands so, it makes it more attractive to foreigners to come to the Philippines.
So let me ask something, Jeff.
Yep.
If I fly from Australia to Thailand, I can go via the Philippines, change planes.
I don't know.
Now,
I've never been to Thailand.
The airfares are cheap. You can get them for about $700-800. Now, if you transfer planes in the Philippines, why don't you just get off? Don't get on the other plane.
Look, that is my point. I'll give you an example. I had an internal flight while I was in the Philippines. I went from one island to another on Air Asia, and it cost me $21. If I booked that flight here in Australia, it would have cost me $250. It's a fucking scam.
But another thing, it's not expensive to go from Thailand to the Philippines. So you'd probably be cheaper to go from, say, Melbourne to Thailand and then fly back to the Philippines.
Yeah, as long as you use one of the Filipino carriers. And then again, if you were to go from Philippines to Thailand on Qantas, if they do that, I don't know if they do that route, but on one of the major carriers, like Singapore Airlines, you'd pay 10 times that.
Interesting.
I don't know why. Is it the prestige? Is it the safety record? Is it the food they serve? Is it the customer service? I don't know why, but you pay a lot more on the prestigious brand name airlines than you do on, like Air China, for example. You can go anywhere in the world for fucking peanuts.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I had the option when I went down to get my ticket. I said, look, I want the fastest connections. Now, from Brisbane to get to Cebu, I've got a number of different options. I can go Brisbane, Hong Kong. I can go Brisbane, Singapore. I can go Brisbane, Denpasar, Bali. I can go Brisbane, and there's another place, Taipei. But I can't go direct. So you do get a choice of where you're going to have your stopover. So I decided I'd have my stopover in Singapore because we've got mates there. And on the way back, I had the same route. I went Brisbane, Singapore, Cebu, Singapore, and I stayed there for a month to have a holiday with friends and then just continue the journey back to Brisbane.
I've got line open here. I've just got a question from one of my friends there. He says, it's JJ. It is too. What are you doing? Why don't you just ask me directly here? I always know where's the best place to get sex in the Philippines.
I don't know. I'm not interested.
He doesn't know, JJ.
Yeah. No, Steve,
Well, I didn't send you a message, Stephen.
Yes, you
Come
did.
on.
Don't lie.
yeah, all that sex pet stuff, Steve. I don't get into it. I won't have
Oh,
a
it's just a
bar.
joke. I don't have a bar of it either, Jeff. It's just a joke. I don't do it, mate.
Is that
I
a
wanted a
friend
JJ.
of mine is asking?
Yeah, I met a number of those type of people over there, and
Yeah.
you know, I've told them straight, get out of my face before I fucking smack you. You know,
They're fucking sickening, actually.
Actually, I got a message. I got a message that's called "Hopeless and Alone in Western Australia." G'day, Steve. How you doing? Where is the best place to get a bride in the Philippines? Is any island better than the other for an older man soon to retire?
look,
Yeah, Johnny,
I'll pass you over to Jeff.
I got the same
to
message
me
that said he
as
has to be 40 years younger.
Hang on.
40 years younger.
Hang on. I just got a message. It's come from somebody called JG. Says, is there any young Filipino boys that are? Oh, no.
Like that one. Go on, Johnny. Go on.
I tell you what, I know you're all joking, but this is the problem in the Philippines, and it's called Angeles City. Now, Angeles City is a giant brothel. That's all it is. It is bar after bar after bar. It's reopening now.
Yeah.
It is
Even
there
I
for
know
one
that.
purpose. It is there for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to give itself over to every sleazebag around the world who wants to go to Southeast Asia and have sex with men, women, boys, and children. And it's wide open. It is the only city in the Philippines that in Duterte's presidency he didn't touch because the money it generates is huge.
Yeah, I know.
There's actually
Sex
two of them, Jeff.
sells.
Yeah, the other one is Subic
Clark.
Bay.
Yeah, Subic Bay.
Subic Bay, and in the past they were US naval bases.
Yeah, and I'll tell you now, guys, I'm really strict on this. Look, I'm not a prude, you know. I'm not a prude. I'm not a fucking saint. But I'm really proud to be able to say to anybody who asks me, I have never been to Angeles City, I've never been to Subic Bay, and I will not step foot in the fucking places because it's full of fucking assholes.
Exactly. That's exactly as I felt. Johnny knows I'm against it, and Johnny's against it too.
Yep.
And I think JG's against it as well. I don't like mongers over there. Never have, never will.
Yeah. Some of the sleazes I've been over there.
Well, it depends on what you consider a monger.
The ones that go to the
JG,
bars and mistreat the women and JG, and they pay money and they slap them around and bullshit. I've seen some terrible things. But
JG,
that's
I've been
it.
sitting in the,
Of course, we don't agree with that crap.
That's their business. I keep out of it.
Especially those that goes with, let's say, the younger population.
Yeah. Oh, well.
The whole
well, what I
part about it.
define a mongrel, JG, I'll tell you. I have been in the departure lounge at Sydney Airport at Kingsford Smith Airport, waiting to board a flight with my wife to go to visit her relatives. And this creep, this old man in his 70s, I mean, my wife and I, this is way back, we were very young, with young children. And this guy comes up to me in the departure lounge and sits down next to me. He says, oh, g'day, mate. He says, you coming to Manila? Yeah. He says, you want to come out with me and we'll fuck little brown girls, you know, right in front of my wife.
Oh, fuck me.
He says, I love going there. I get to fuck little brown girls 2 weeks of the year. I said, mate, if you don't get up and get away from me, I'll smash you where you fucking stand, and I don't care what the airport cops do. Fuck off. Now, here's a true story. In 2016, I was that close to joining the tourist police at Mactown Airport. It wasn't funny. I was that close. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but I was that close. And I would have been turning the pricks around the minute they got off the aircraft. Because, mate, I know the questions you ask, as soon as they get off, you can look them up and down, you know. I mean, they've got a look and a fucking aura about them. They're just sleazes, and you can tell. And, mate, 5 minutes of questioning by me about why they're there, what they're there for. who they're with, what they're going to do, mate. I'd be turning those bastards around so fast it wouldn't be funny.
Jeff,
There was a
Yeah,
mistake I made.
would
Sorry, go on,
say,
John. You were first.
Tony.
Jeff, you know a little bit about me, and I owned a business in Bali. It was a day spa,
Yep.
and that day spa was very reputable and was run by a couple, young couple that were married, and
Yep.
they run that business for me. That business also involved, how can I say, let's say,
Extra services.
extra services, which is
there you go.
all,
There you go.
all above board and legal.
Oh, that's
And,
all right.
VIP services.
Well, not really. It's just as if you had $50, you could get what you want. But
There you go.
it was a good business, and it made a lot of money. But there was never ever once in the years and years that I owned that business that I knew that anything was going on. I even had cameras set up. Not on beds, of course, massage parlors or anything like that, but over the tills and stuff that I could watch from home. That I saw any person younger than 18 or younger than that going into those premises, because if they did, I would have closed it down straight away. And not only that. In Bali, which is Indonesia, of course, it's not Thailand. They're very, very strict on that type of stuff when it comes to underage children and abuse and stuff like that. Although it does happen, it happens everywhere in the world. It probably happens here in Australia under our noses, but we don't know about it. But basically, what I'm saying is that in my experience in owning a brothel, I never ever experienced, and I fuck me, mate. I've experienced a lot.
So you're lucky because it's right.
I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot go in and out of those doors. I'd sit out the front of the business. I've seen people. Go in and go out. I've seen drunk guys go in and go out. I've pulled employees aside and told them if they ever do what they did again, I'd cut their balls off, which is what they had. And they knew where I was coming from. It was very, very strict run business. It made a lot of money. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, COVID fucked it. But I can honestly say that in my experiences in the sex industry, which was very good, except for the fact that I mean, the biggest problem when you've got a day spa is the fact that at 11 or 12 o'clock at night you've got the piss heads coming in from all walks of life. Australia, Yugoslavia, Indonesia, fucking, it doesn't matter where they come from. They've had a few beers, they've got the Dutch courage, and they want more than what they want to pay for. So it's a unique industry. It's definitely unique when you're from Australia and running it from overseas, for sure.
Tony? Question: yep. Did you? All right, you said a day spa, and then you're talking about people of a night. So it was a 24-hour spa. Okay. Did you offer any any takeaway service or any home delivery services?
Well, basically, Johnny, if you've got a couple of minutes, I'll tell you how it actually runs.
I've got plenty of minutes.
So basically, what happens is that I had a young couple running it for me, and I paid that. Well, the husband didn't get paid, but the wife got paid because she was totally. She had all the tickets for massaging and went through all her schooling and done like that. She was a proper masseur and stuff like that. So the shop was set up and she ran it. And basically what happens is that she was my only employee, and I paid her about 350 Australian dollars a month. And the girls, which were basically lady boys, and there's a reason for that. The girls who were they weren't employed, they freelance. So what happens is that when they sit outside and they take a guy inside and give him a massage, say a proper massage for $10, we would get $4 out of that massage. So they use the premises. They freelance. They use the premises. So we're not actually paying wages. So if they go in and they relieve a guy of his pleasure, and it's say $50, we would get $10 out of that $50. And that $10 allows them to use the makeup that's in the shop, and also the shower and the toilets for them to clean up. So it's basically a freelance operation, and also at the same time there's no real cost. Well, there is cost involved, but I won't go into that at this stage because it's well, I just won't go into it, like the rent and stuff like that. The rent was about $9,000 for 2 years up front, and because you have to pay cash up front. There's no paying monthly or anything like that. So the rent was $9,000 up front, and out of the first 3 months, I recouped my rent for the next 2 years.
Damn.
And that's a lot of massages, if you understand.
It is. Holy shit!
It wasn't only a cash flow business. In other words, Tony.
Well, that's all it was, Johnny. It was just a cash flow business. But I can tell you now, as much as I love the people who the lady and husband who I employed, or the lady, I can tell you right here and now, as much as I made money, I would have been ripped off a third, because that's the way.
Yeah.
It's no different in Indonesia than what it is in Thailand.
You know, the whole part about the till skimming and the whole lot of that's common practice. If you lost a third, I think you did well, because I would have thought you would have lost minimum of 50%.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, I could sit home here on my computer and look down through a $150 camera and talk to them. And when the lady boys look up, and there's a reason for. I'll get into the lady boys in a minute if you like, but
go for it, Tony.
The reason why you know, you talk to them, because once they knew that you were looking at them, they freak out. They go, "Oh fuck, we can't." You know, this guy's watching us, right? But the reason why, ladyboys were chosen is not because of me. I had nothing to do with the business except for providing the actual cash, but they're just fucking ruthless. If you I don't know what it's like in well, I do know what it's like in Thailand but I haven't been there for 15 years. But when the girls sit on the street and they're proper girls and they've got their pamphlets out for a massage parlor, they just sit there and hand out a piece of paper. As where a lady boy will actually chase you down the street. They will hunt you down. They will actually, grab you by the arms. They will make jokes. They will get you in and suck you in for a massage, and then all of a sudden you're paying $50 for a blowjob. Life's a bitch. Well, look, Jeff, it's just, and I had nothing. I had absolutely nothing to do with the way the shop was run. And I said to the girl who was running it, I said, why don't you have a normal girl here? She said, oh, no, cost too much money. Cost too much money. We lose money with girl.
I'm not lady. I'm lady.
Pretty shitty
boy.
business.
Are you, JG?
Why would you pay $50 for a man to suck your dick?
Well,
actually,
John,
actually,
good question, Stephen.
Sorry, Steve. At the end of the day, I would go over there three or four times a year, and I'd sit out the front of my shop, and I'd say to the actual girl, one with the pussy who's running the show, is that a lady boy or is it a girl? Says, no, lady boy. We only have lady boy. I couldn't tell the fucking difference, mate.
It's that little thing between the legs.
Yeah. But by the time you've got your rock,
Adam's apple.
But look, guys,
They don't have one over there, Johnny. You're defenseless, and they got small hands.
Well, Johnny,
the only way to get them, Johnny, is when they talk. You can get them then.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I was going to say, $50, I suppose, for a massage and a favour is pretty good.
Happy ending.
The whole part about it, if you went to a tyre service, they'd probably cost you $10 to blow up your tyre. So that's real inflation, isn't it?
Well, Johnny,
yeah.
The thing is, I don't know the psyche of it. I've never sat down and really thought about it because it was all money to me anyway. But at the end of the day, if you really think about it, if you get people like I'm going to lay it on the line here. If you get people like child molesters, or you get people like or you get people who are really, really sexually fucking frustrated, $50 is pretty good to keep you out of fucking jail.
Look, the whole part about it's a service industry. Let's
that's
go
right.
like that.
That's right.
That's in Thailand, Johnny. You know this yourself. They're dead against child porn and shit. If you commit a crime over there against children, you're fucking dead. The Thais fucking hate it with a passion. Anybody interfering with children is front page fucking news. Seriously.
I remember, Filipino taxi drivers, if you like, sir, I can pick you up at the hotel tonight and take you to some very nice bars, and they have very, very young. You like young? You like young? Every friggin' time, every second taxi driver. one thing in Thailand, no taxi driver has always ever said to me, "I'll pick you up at your hotel tonight and I'll take you to some interesting bars or whatever." Never. But Philippines, virtually every taxi driver or every second taxi driver.
But Johnny,
Well,
not
It was
only
like that in
that,
Tonga. When I was in Tonga, John, there was three of us went. A guy picked us up in a taxi, took us around Tonga for a look-see.
Yeah.
And he took us to all the prostitute parts. There were houses on a hill, if I remember. And they come out and you have a look at them because I didn't go anywhere. And one come out and he goes, "Oh, this is my sister." Oh, fucking Jesus. Yeah.
those taxi
God, they were
drivers
they had fucking mustaches, John. Seriously. Fuck that.
in Cebu at the moment, those taxi drivers, I can tell you this because it happened to me 5-6 weeks ago. Exactly what you said, Johnny. They offer to take you to the bars, but at the same time, they also hand you a box of Cialis or Viagra for 250 pesos a tablet. And when you're walking down the street in downtown Cebu City, around the CBD in Cebu City, and at the night markets at Carbon, at Lapu-Lapu, Opon, you will have at least a dozen guys approach you that night. Viagra, sir, Cialis, sir. It is amazing.
Yeah, but
Same in
Jeff,
Thailand. Same in Thailand, Jeff.
But what does that mean? It means that they're targeting these broken down old Western men who need to get it up to screw the little brown girls. So it is a thriving industry.
yeah, but Jeff,
If it wasn't, those guys wouldn't be walking around the street with bags full of Cialis and Viagra.
Jeff, in saying that, the exactly same thing happens in Indonesia. You could be sitting in a nice bar, you're nice and warm, you're up on the pedestal, you're looking over the street, and guys come up on motorbikes and saying Viagra and all that shit. But basically, what happens over there is that if you do take the real shit and buy the real shit off the street, the coppers are right behind them because it's all to do with corruption. And what happens is, as soon as you're caught, the guy who's selling caught by the cops, the guy who's selling it, he gets a cut, and then the cops get a cut, and you end up in fucking jail anyway. So it's pretty hard.
I actually watched a documentary on YouTube just like 1 or 2 days ago about just what you are talking about. With they are sitting out in on the sidewalk selling the pills, and the cops don't do anything about it.
Well, the cops are involved. That's the problem.
Yeah,
What they do is
That's the
What
same
they do-
all throughout Asia. That's the same throughout all Asia. They pay the cops.
But
The cops probably set it up.
well,
I remember
exactly. And what the cops do is they get the young guys and they pay them a certain amount of money to go up to tourists and sell them drugs. And once they've sold the drugs to the tourists, the cops walk in and go, "Fucking thank you very much." And
Do you remember? Do you guys remember years ago, you Aussies, when I think it was a 15-year-old, he was approached by a guy to buy marijuana, I think it was. So he bought a stick or something like that, and it was a cop, and they lined him up and put him in jail, they were going to flog him or something, I think, weren't they?
What about that?
Or what, 2 or 3 years jails or something like that? Oh, whatever.
Yeah, Steve, have
Sorry,
you
you
heard
go.
about that fucking idiot from Queensland that went on a naked rampage?
Ah, fucking
put a bloke
idiot.
in hospital?
Yeah.
They're now going to publicly flog him 40 lashes and throw him in jail for 5 years because it's Sharia
Good.
law.
Good.
that's good. That's good. He deserves a flogging.
And unfortunately,
Oh yes.
Oh,
If
he was. I reckon he was
go
possessed.
to-
He said he was possessed. He was possessed.
No, but
If
the
you
whole
go
thing-
to Asia and if you go to
vodka.
Asia and being an ass, you fucking deserve it.
the whole
Rules
thing,
are quite fucking plain, JJ.
The
Go on,
one
John,
thing
sorry.
about the Australian politicians and all that will get involved in it, and it'll be like the Bali Nine, when realistically they were ready to let them walk. All the politicians and all that got involved with them, and they said, "Fuck yeah, we'll shoot them," and they did.
Yeah.
So this bloke, with all the politicians going there, he won't get 40 lashes. He'll get 40 lashes a day for the next 5 fucking years.
Yeah. But wherever he ends up, if he ends up in Denpasar like Corby and all the rest of them, the Barley Nine, he's going to get fucked up the arse every day of the week. Any little boy like him, those fucking lady boys over there are going to fucking make mincemeat out of him.
Well, the one part about it is, now getting back to something a little bit more. I remember, this is 20 years ago. There was, as we know, like the Philippines, they have the kids and that walking around selling cigarettes and mints and all that, for a few pesos.
Still going on.
There was an Australian gentleman. He thought, shit, that's not a bad idea, and he went out slightly out of the CBD, and he got a whole heap of trays made up and a whole heap of kids to do the same thing, and he got thrown in jail for it. They said it was exploiting minors.
They still call it the actual term. I can tell you right now because I was involved with a scene. They actually call it, Johnny, human trafficking. That is a current charge. If you employ a minor over there, or if you are in the company of a minor under the age of 18 in the Philippines and you don't have a letter of permission from his parent or guardian to be with him on that day,
right.
Take him from point A to point B, you will be thrown in jail for human trafficking, and that is happening.
I think it's the same in Thailand.
But the interesting
they will be
was,
charged with human trafficking.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about it is the cigarettes, branding on the cigarettes in the Philippines. There's one thing it says not to be sold to minors.
But the kids are selling them. They're the ones selling them with those boxes walking up and down the street in amongst the cars.
Yeah, but I kind of thought to myself, well, those kids are too young to work in a mine.
Fuck. Well, listen, there are going to be people out there that have been listening to our conversation about, the sex pets. Now, there's one thing I am not condoning any of that. I'm not condoning the sex trade in Asia at all. But what I will do is warn those fucking idiots out there who do go over and get involved in it. Let me warn you in no uncertain terms. Do not, under any circumstances, take a street prostitute back to your hotel. I'm not saying this out of experience. I'm saying this out of learning and understanding what the pitfalls are. I know this happens. And several people have warned me about it, told me about it, and that's why I don't do it. Do not ever, under any circumstances, whether it's Thailand, Bali, Philippines, do not under any circumstances take a prostitute back to your hotel. Find a short time room because like Johnny says, like Steve says, there will be a knock on the door, there will be cops there, and that girl will be 17 and you're going to jail for the rest of your fucking life. Find a short time hotel.
Jeff, I'd have to sort of
do that.
Disagree with you.
Do it smart. Now, I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying go out and do that, but I'm saying if you're that kind of prick that is going to Southeast Asia for that, and you don't want to get locked up in a hellhole, the Bangkok Hilton or whatever.
Jeff,
they're not pricks, Jeff. They're not pricks, Jeff. It's a business deal, but it's not my cup of tea. That's all I'm saying. I have no objection. I don't like it. I don't like it, but what can you do about it? There's too many of them. Just fucking turn the other way.
You know what?
It's not my cup of tea.
Last time Stephen was standing on the corner outside of Nana Plaza, the taxi driver offered to take him home free. That's a joke, obviously. The whole part about it is it's an adult arrangement, and it is a business arrangement. The thing is service for payment.
And the other thing,
I don't condone it though. What a lot of people do, but if
Johnny,
family's good on it.
Johnny, my daughter, Johnny, my daughter said to me, Dad, most people when they're 55, they buy a Harley. Why did you buy a fucking sex shop?
Did you say, well, did you say I didn't have Lego when I was a kid or building blocks? I wanted something to play with.
Yeah, but hang on. What Tony's not telling you is he's got a fucking $1 million fucking sports car in the driveway already. Doesn't need the Harley.
Jeff, don't go spreading rumours, Jeff.
He's got a car that I mean, I'm talking a chick magnet. Nah, this thing is a fucking bird puller from fucking way back. He has got one fucking dynamite piece of equipment in his driveway, I'm telling you.
I haven't seen it, but I think that'll only pick up old men, or old women, not young chicks.
Actually, to tell you the truth, when I bought it because I liked it, and I thought, oh, this will be a chick magnet. But at the end of the day, it's I haven't had one fucking bird look at it, but I've had a lot.
Are you that ugly, Tony?
But I've had a lot of fucking 6 or 7 or 8 year old boys going, look at that, Dad, look at that.
Oh, there you go.
Well, Steve,
you shouldn't have said that on stream, Tony.
Yeah, Steve,
No, we'll take that out.
Oh, yeah, that could be clipped.
When you say ugly, Steve, a lot of people ask how come his face and ass are interchangeable.
Well, it depends on what direction he's travelling. No, Tony is not an ugly man. We've seen him on camera many a time. And for those that are interested, Tony is single, by the way.
All right, John, off you go.
He's a mate of mine. I have seen ugly before.
Johnny's coming out of the cupboard. Johnny's coming out of the cupboard. Good on you, mate.
I'm happy doing what I'm doing.
Well,
doesn't sound like it.
A lot of people have got a lot of misconceptions about my sexuality, but I can tell you right here now, even though I had the privilege of owning a day spa in Bali, and had the privilege of getting to know the people in Bali in Indonesia, and having the privilege to see their country, I'm definitely straight. I'm sorry to say that, but
that's a criminal offence over there, isn't it?
So you didn't do any interviews at all for the day spa. You didn't do any interviews trade reference.
Johnny, I can actually tell you that when you own the lolly shop, you definitely don't eat the fucking lollies. It just doesn't happen.
The first week, and then after that,
as much as the privilege is there to have the lollies to eat them, you just don't eat them. It's not worth the hassle, the head fucks, and you've got to when you're in Indonesia. I don't know what it's like. Southeast Asia or Indonesia, and you're running a business, you have to run that business separately to your lifestyle. Otherwise, you will get abused, ripped off, and definitely ripped off. There's no two ways about that. So you've got to keep the two things separate.
I remember people working at the Hoadleys and Roundtree factories. When they first started, they'd gorge themselves on the stuff going down the line, all the chocolates and that, and then all of a sudden they just go, "Oh, I've had enough of this stuff." And when they employed somebody, they knew for a fact they're going to gorge themselves, make themselves sick on the shit. And then after that,
the thing
touch it again.
the thing is, Johnny, that it's so hard to be you got to remember that once the people who work for you know that you're the boss, they're forever hitting on you because they want a way out of the situation that they live in. And some of these lady boys would try to do anything to get me into my fucking pants. like, fuck off. I'm not into that shit.
Oh, look, that
but they do it for a reason, and they do it because because you're the boss. They think you've got a shitload of fucking money, and you're going to bring them back to Australia, or you're going to take them somewhere else, and you're going to buy them a mobile phone, or you're going to buy them something this, and you're going to buy them something that. So you've got to be very careful of what you're actually doing when you're running a business in Indonesia.
Anywhere. I actually, I think you know that I ran a kind of a building company in and it was fully registered and a whole lot of that in the Philippines, in the General Santos area.
Oh wow.
And paid all its taxes, all that kind of stuff, everything above board. It was a battle, but the whole part about it is you can't afford the workers to be friends because then they expect. It's a case of no. Why are you late? Stuff you be late again. Piss off.
But Johnny, but you can't afford to do that in Australia as well.
The thing is, if you can get somebody to work in Australia, you're a fucking lucky man. That's why they're importing everybody, because since the COVID bullshit and the government just threw money at every bastard, they go, fuck this, I'm not doing that job for fuck all. When I was young, the dole wasn't worth having, and you went and picked up potatoes. You did whatever you could do to get put money, food on the table until the next decent job come along, Yep.
Mate, you can't even get a truck driver to do anything other than drive the truck now. You say, okay, take this load to Melbourne. And so, so they load the pallets on. You say, right now, tarp it. Well, fuck off. I'm not doing that. You paid me to drive the truck. You want to tarp, fucking do it yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even get a truck driver to do truck driving work anymore.
I used to go in a competition. They had a field day here called the Gippsland Field Days. Well, the and that was attached to the Gippsland Truck Show, where different trucks and that it was a sales thing, and there was a tarping competition. You had to tarp the trailer. Yeah. I won it fucking many fucking times. And I'm only a little bloke. Like the tarp was up there. You had to just roll it out, tie it all down, ready to go down the road.
And we both know it's not.
Oh, look, it's not.
Roll it out and tie it down. Yeah, that sounds fucking easy, doesn't it?
On a 40-foot trailer. On a 40-foot trailer.
Yeah,
and you have your overlaps and your underlaps and all this kind of stuff. You got to know what you're doing, otherwise the bloody thing flaps around like a balloon.
Yeah, well, the same as you see all these company trucks.
I've experienced a few flats in my life. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, I can imagine, Tony, that that was something to do with the first part of your name.
Find a company driver, like all the Woolworths trucks or the toll trucks or the Coles trucks that deliver all the groceries and food and that. So they get a front fucking steer tyre, fucking flat tyre. You think he'll get out and change it? He gets on his two-way, calls base and says, get bow repairs here. Now, what's the problem? Oh, my steer tyre's gone. Well, you got a spare, change it. Fuck you. No, I'm paid to drive the truck. I'm not fucking changing the tyre. Fuck off.
They're not allowed to.
Now, the level of entitlement in Australian employment by the employee is beyond a fucking joke.
I had a mate just snatch a job driving for a chain stores, like through a company, contracted. He had to go to the cold store, load everything in the fucking truck, even though it was all put together as crap, and half the time it would all fall apart. And then get to the shops of a night and put stuff, into freezers, into fridges, pallet jack stuff, which really wasn't his fucking job. His job was to wheel it out the back door, and then but no, you got to pick that up from there, and you got to take it to there, and you're doing half another person's job, the storeman and packer's job. You're doing half of that. The storeman and packer type bloke, they're now product pickers. They pick it, put it on a pallet, and dump it somewhere.
Yep.
But I can understand. Like, I've changed many a truck tire in my bloody life, but the whole part about it, they've got it into it now, where they say, well, OH&S, and are you qualified?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it ridiculous? Yeah, isn't it
How
ridiculous?
dumb? I can get a job tomorrow as a tyre fitter. But the whole thing is, that's your profession. You only started yesterday. The truck driver's probably been doing it for 20 years, but fuck, I'm not getting dirty. I'll just ring some prick up.
I have literally been on a loading dock when a young truckie is worried about the pallets falling off. So I've said to him, hey, mate, no worries. Just go and get your rope and put a truckie's knot over it and she'll be right. He goes, what rope? What's a truckie knot? And I've just stood there and gone, you've got to be fucking joking. A truckie with pallets on his deck didn't know what a rope and a truckie knot was. And I thought to myself, what the fuck is this industry coming to?
I've seen people put stuff on the back of a truck and drive off, and then down the road it's fallen off, and they go, well, it's not my fault.
Yeah, I'm paid to drive the truck.
They didn't tie it down.
Yep. No, there's no work ethic anymore, Johnny. There's just no work ethic.
It's the whole part about it is, you've got a truck license. They don't actually teach people on loading and securing and all that kind of part of it. If that falls off, technically the truck driver is responsible and they get fined for it.
No, I'm sorry, Johnny. I have to disagree with that, mate.
If you're behind the wheel, Tony, listen, as an ex-RTA driver testing officer, I can tell you.
I can tell you, in Sweden, if it isn't loaded properly, it is the driver's responsibility to check that the loaders are doing it correctly.
Yeah, Abbott's from Sweden too.
End of story. If that driver drives away and it gets fucked up, it is on the driver, at least in Sweden.
G'day, Dom. How you doing, mate? Welcome. Like when I drove trucks, it was my responsibility when I drove that truck out the yard to make sure it was full of fuel. All my ropes, dogs, chains, tarps, everything were fine. Load the bastard, do what I had to do, get the load to where it had to go, get another load back home, deliver that, 2 deliveries, and park it back in the yard full of fuel, because the bloody thing never got turned off. The next bloke jumped in and went for a run.
Oh, sorry.
Here where I live, how's that?
Good one.
If something comes off of a semi-trailer or a truck, the person who actually loaded it is responsible, not the truck driver. And I can actually prove that. Well, I can't. I can only prove it by talking to you guys. But there's been circumstances where the trucks were loaded in our yard. The truck went around the corner, literally 100 metres, and some stuff come off, and the person in the office was actually charged because he did not give them the actual paperwork on the truck driver on how to tie it down, and the person who loaded it was charged as well. And it's scary stuff because it depends on where you live and where you come from.
Yeah.
But the rules, like Johnny and Jeff, Australia is a fucked up place when it comes to regulations.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
There's no uniform regulations for trucking
Well,
in Australia. Every state's
well,
different.
Well, there's
Yeah.
no.
But just think about this. Isn't it logical that it is the driver's responsibility
It is
to
in
make
our state,
sure
Jay.
it is correctly loaded? It's in his best interest
Yep.
that it's correctly loaded. So,
You're right.
of course,
To me-
it should be the driver's responsibility.
The problem is here where I come from is the fact that the person who's loading the truck is we can get down to very, very technical shit here, but the person who's loading the truck with the forklift is loading the truck. So he's the one actually putting the load on the truck. But then it gets down to the person who's tying the load down. All he's doing is tying it down. He's not loading it. And that's the thing where I come from, where it's very ambiguous and very it's just a stupid law. The stupid law that the law should be the truck driver, it's his load. He should be tying it down. It's his responsibility to drive around the corner.
No. I've figured it out, Tony, and I can explain this to you 100%. Where you come from, the forklift driver and the tarp guy, the loader and everything else, all they're worried about is if I got $50 to spend on a blowjob.
Well,
Sorry, mate, I couldn't resist.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, you're about as fucking useless as a midget with a fucking yo-yo.
It's fuck, eh? Like one day I'm going to get together with Rodney Rood and him and me and grandfather, we're going to have some fucking fun together, mate. We're going to fucking do that. We're going to fucking have some fun. It's like I drove my truck down the road the other day and I spat out the window. Fucking thing was closed.
I have a video with that voice.
Oh, Jesus. Jeff, don't do that. He fucking loves that guy. Jeff, don't do that again on this panel, mate. He's just creamed himself.
Jeff,
That's all he fucking talks about. Fuck me.
Jeff, get on to King Billy Cope.
Oh,
Get some
I
culture
will
there.
look it up and play it for you.
During all this loading and tarping and driving, I was thinking, where do I eat today? Do I stop at a roadside stall? Do I stop at a restaurant? Or do I get takeaway after all this loading and tarping and driving? Which is the point, isn't it?
Well, you've got to keep everything covered, so you've got to tarp up.
No, well, what I'm getting at is we hooked the audience for the first hour on fucking sex. Then we dragged in all the truck drivers who we all know are sex mad. And now we all know that they're hungry. So let's talk about what we're supposed to be here for. While we're traveling, do we eat street food, takeaway, or restaurants? I mean, we've got them hooked now. They're not going anywhere. So let's get onto it.
Well, hang on. I'm going to play you a little thing. I'm going to play you a little thing.
Oh, Johnny's playing with himself. See, I told you, we got him hooked on sex.
Hang on.
No.
Yeah, Johnny went directly back to it.
Oh, man,
Just
I gotta go on TV.
Just don't show on screen when you play with your little thing.
Ooh.
One day, Morton, he was down the river and he got this mud crab. And he's got the mud crab and he's just opened the boot and threw the mud crab in there, put the boot lid down, and the fisheries fellas jumped out the bushes. Said, I got you, I got you. I seen what you got there, you got a mud crab in the boat, out of season. Morton said, no way, mate. He said, open the boot up. So he opened the boot up and there was the mud crab, you know. He said, I'm going to have to fine you for this. He said, no, mate, it ain't what it looked like, mate. This is my pet mud crab. He said, I bring him down every day here for a swim. He said, bullshit. He said, yeah, mate, his name's Marty, mate. He said, here's my pet mud crab. I'll show you. I'll give him a swim and he'll come back. So he grabbed the mud crab and he's put him in the water. And the mud crab is do breaststroke and gone. He said, well, come on, Morton, where is he? Where's what?
I hope that was educational.
Johnny.
Hope that was educational for you.
I thought you were
Dom.
going to say Martin's gone deaf. Didn't hear me calling him back.
Oh, you want to? Oh, I'll find the one about Morton and the hot dog if you like.
Yeah, go for it. Hilarious.
Have you heard those ones, Tony?
No, I haven't, Johnny.
Yeah. Oh.
What's the best chat to be in? The private chat or the comments chat?
Frosty, g'day, mate. How you doing?
Depends on the amount of enemies you got.
Private chat is private. You know, if you want to say, well, whatever you want to say, that's private.
Okay. I just don't see many comments from people coming up on the comments. So it's
Might be the subjects, mate.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to talking about sex again, then we'll get everybody back.
Yeah, probably.
I can remember when I was young, the world had just begun, and I was happy.
So was I.
Oh,
Anyhow,
here we go.
Have a listen to Billy.
Spinning your word, Johnny. It seems to be working.
But anyway, you know out west way there's Charters Towers? And the other day, me and Morton were out there, and we're walking around the outskirts of Charters Towers, and we seen
Turn
this
the
whole
volume down, Johnny, a bit.
chart, you know? I said, hey, Morton, I wonder how deep this hole is here. He said, I don't know, but I'm about to find out. I'm going to throw this rock down there. So he's picked up the rock. He's thrown him down. Didn't hear anything, you know. He looked at me and said, hey, Billy, come and give me a hand with this railway sleeper. We'll throw that down there, you know. So we picked up the railway sleeper, listening, don't hear nothing. Next thing, I hear the rustling coming behind us, and this goat is charging towards us. So I threw Morton out of the way and threw myself back, and the goat is gone between us and going straight down the hole, you know. Anyway, we picked ourselves up. I dusted Morton off. This bloke's come over the hill. He said, hey, you seen a goat? What said, we seen him, mate. Big bastard. got big horns, got a beard, and he was wild and angry, mate. He's charging at us. He was wild. He said, oh, it can't be my God. Mine was tame and tied to a railway sleeper.
Well, I hope you got a bit of entertainment out of that.
Yeah, it's quite clever, that one.
Yeah, that gentleman. Oh, he's since passed. He's bloody good. G'day, Az. How you doing? He took the piss out of the Indigenous, but without being racist or anything like that. And you know, he made money out of it, and he made bloody good money out of it. But the one part about it is he was funny without being, you know, half the crap you see now. You watch a comedy festival, and I've sat there for an hour and gone, well, what's fucking funny?
Yeah.
You know, that's the whole thing about it. You know, attitudes and what's so-called publicly, you know, whatever. If something's funny, it's funny. It's not taking the piss out of anybody, you know.
Yeah, but Johnny, don't you think the older you get, the more sort of well, that's not fucking
cynical?
Cynical.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Tony. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not like everybody's got a sense of humour and everybody laughs, but you just when I was 15, I laughed a lot more at 15 than what I did when I'm 60.
Yeah, well, that goes back to the other old song, Tony. I remember when I was young and the world had just begun, and I was happy. Yeah.
I used to wonder about the
now
earth.
I'm old and cynical because I've been fucked over, screwed over, run over, and God knows what.
Yeah. Actually talking about that, Johnny, how's your build going?
Yeah. Well, that got put on hold due to shortage of materials. And you know, in the contracts, those kind of things. So we sent them back an email saying, well, you've advised us of one thing, but you haven't completed what you're supposed to do, as in give us a fucking time and a fair income date and all the rest of it. Well, I got a phone call saying it'll be the 1st of June. I said, well, you're wasting your frigging time, because then you're going to go, oh, it's inclement weather. I said, fuck right off. You either better have it up in May or just fuck off in September. And in the contract, there is a clause there where they've got to pay us weekly.
So yeah, but I'm sorry, Johnny. I was looking at for the people on the panel who don't know. I was looking at a video that you're doing where you're building a property.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I'm actually doing the same at my place, and it's 99% finished. But the cost of it to get it finished and the council approvals, and like I'm an owner builder, so I wasn't going through a builder. I contracted everything out myself. But it's, the paperwork and the politics and the fucking shit that you go through is unbelievable. You know, it really is. I don't know what it's like, JG, in your country, if you're building a little granny flat in your country.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was looking for the video I wanted to play. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So I'll go back to
But I
Johnny.
did find it. I did find it. So
That's
I'll
okay.
So I'll go back to you, Johnny. Where you at with that build?
Well, due to the wonderful greenies here and the Victorian FWIT government, there's plenty of wood around. Just the greenies and the misinformed doing the damage. Look, I could fucking any cunt that's a greenie, I'd like to just cut their throats and turn them into compost and return that to nature for the trees to grow. I can tell you one thing. I'm so sick of these uninformed, zero knowledge, bullshit people opening their mouth and governments saying, oh, we'll listen to, I want to keep my seat. And if you can bring me, and they talk about all these bullshit votes, right? So that's how they get in there. They've got no idea what they're talking about. They've actually caused more damage to this country than anything else. All those fires that went up the East Coast, blame the Greenies for that. Blame your fucking governments for that. Because they listen to the Greenies. They all cut back on services. They all cut back on whatever. In other words, the people up the top got rid of the bottom so they could get a bonus and pocket the fucking cash. It's corruption, corruption, corruption on top of corruption, and it's affected our building materials. I grew up like here where I used to live. There was trucks going up and down the road, 6 days a week, carting timber. All the tracks in the bush were well maintained. Vegetation was well maintained. All of that, and it was done by the people in the bush, the loggers and that. They didn't. The only time an area was clear fell was because of grub, which stuffed the timber, and so they didn't get it to spread. Anyhow, we move along, and the one thing about it is now, because of those fires and because of zero government support, because of the greenies to some of the sawmills, we have beautiful logs taken to a paper mill instead of a sawmill that went down because of the fires. And the government sold all the logs to fucking China. They wouldn't let them have them. And COVID come in and that fucked it. But they were very big. They were a very big hitter in the timber market. So there is shortages. Some of the sawmills are actually importing logs from Tasmania. So anyway, we're caught up.
Johnny.
Yep. Yes.
Can I just play this so everyone knows what me and Jeff are talking about?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff knows who it is, so... Okay, let's go. Let's see, where do I have OBS? There we go. And
present. You hit present. What do you want to present it on the full screen or what? Hang on, I'll give you full screen. You haven't got the volume on.
oh, there is no sound. Okay, why isn't there any sound?
Did you click audio? Share audio? No, that you're doing it that way.
I'm using it, doing it through OBS.
The rest of South Australia.
Let's see.
That's about right.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it isn't doing the sound.
Western Australia. That's
let's see.
Western Australia. There's Aztec.
Ah, okay. Now here we go. Here we go.
You play that. I'll go and have a quick game moment.
Hey, Johnny. Still no volume, mate. You'll work it out.
Cunt, give us your fucking money, cunt. Get the fuck out of here, boy. I come to this country on a boat. Get the fuck out of here, boy.
That's all, folks.
But seriously, if you can't handle a joke, if you can't deal with being offended, please, for the love of everything that's bearded, fuck off. You are ruining it for everybody else.
Sorry about the sound. I play it again sometime and get the fucking sound together. It's okay to remove me from full screen. Oh, sorry.
Fucking, that was a good one, mate.
Thank you.
You should be in Australia.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but that video it has the voice that Jeff did before, so that's why I remembered the video, because of the voice Jeff did earlier.
I wasn't actually thinking of that guy, Jay. We've got another bloke down here called Rodney Rude. And he
Yeah.
you know, he goes on TV and he talks like that because, you know, he's got his grandfather and he fucking loves it, mate. Fucking loves it. I can stick that up your ass, you motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the voice. That's the voice.
Well, most people would recollect that voice to a guy called Rodney Rude. Go on YouTube and look up Rodney Rude, Australian comedian. You'll have fucking more watching him. Yeah, he's an absolute bloody maniac.
Yeah, they are funny, Jeff. They are funny.
Yeah. Well, listen, you know, Johnny, getting back to food and that and preferences. I mean, if that's okay, if everybody's quite happy to go back to what we started off about. Recently, I had had a trip around a place called Mandawi, which is a satellite city of Cebu, and they built what's happening in Cebu now. I don't know about Manila because I wasn't there, but what's happening in Cebu is that all those mum and pa roadside barbecue stalls,
Yep.
and in all the barrios on the side streets, they're all disappearing, very slowly disappearing. Because what's happening is the major towns and municipalities are putting up these what they call food parks, and people are going in and they've been giving they're given a space. The front of it's say like 2.5 meters, and the store is like 5 meters deep, and they're just row upon row upon row upon row of food stalls, and it covers everything. There might be one stall that's selling Korean food. There's another stall next to it that sells noodles only. There's another stall next to it that sells pork dishes. There's another stall that sells fish dishes. There's another, and there's just row upon row upon row of them. And people go there and they're really enjoying it, and it's taking away from mum and pa roadside barbecue thing, which I think is going to be a real shame, because that is part of the charm and the culture of the Philippines, and it's all going commercial now. So when you want to go out wandering around, if you do go to the night markets, carbon night markets are brilliant. Like everything, night markets. I wore an over-the-shoulder bag with all my everything in front of me.
A puff bag, yeah.
Never put your wallet in your back pocket. You're asking to lose it. But the night markets in Cebu, Lapu-Lapu night markets, Mandawi night markets, they're absolutely fantastic. Carbon market's the best. But the combination of food in the Philippines now is becoming more commercial. It's like I say, the barbecue stands, they're disappearing. I don't know why. I personally didn't like it at all. Jollibee is still like massively popular. You say to anybody, where would you like to go to eat? They don't talk about a nice restaurant they want to go to Jollibee. I mean, fuck me.
Jeff, I got a bit of footage here if you want to see it.
Yeah, go.
Johnny, what did you
Yes,
say
mate?
about poof bags?
Oh, look at that.
A puff bag. Got the man bag. You got your lippy in it.
Yeah, actually, the lady bought this for me the first time I visited Thailand.
You have to have them in the Philippines, Jay. You're crazy to walk around the street with anything in your pockets. Just crazy.
The one,
Yeah,
the
the lady says the same about Thailand, so there you go.
Yeah.
Um,
I got a really nice
See,
gold chain that I like
actually,
to wear.
when sometimes I forget what she say, and I do as we always do, put it on the back.
Yeah.
Then she slaps me on the head and say,
Yeah, no, yeah.
"Come on,
Yeah.
like
That's-
get your shit together."
Yeah. If you've
Put
got
on
it on
your
your
shit.
back, they
we've got a
sellotape
saying.
razor blades to their finger. They sellotape a razor blade to their finger, and they come up behind you and they just slice it open behind you. You're not really aware, but they're not going to do that in front of you while you're looking straight at them. If you've got your bag on your chest in front of you, they're not going to be able to slice that open in front of you and get away with it unseen, even in a crowd.
Yeah, and another thing about getting used to wearing it in the front, like when you're at an airport, to get rid of being even thinking about someone trying to get you to smuggle stuff.
Yeah,
Keep it in the front.
yeah.
So they can't put in stuff in the bag while you are walking.
Well, the
You know
beauty
what?
about having it at the front at the airport is there's your passport right there. You don't have to look around
Yep.
or, you know.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
Jeff. That's
Everything is
bullshit.
right there.
That's bullshit because you put your passport in that little compartment and this in that compartment, and you know where it is. And when you get to the airport, you're undoing every fucking zipper because you didn't remember where you put it.
Oh no, it's
Yeah,
like
true. True. Actually true.
I'm a bit
Actually
different,
true.
Johnny. It's like I can't understand people who lose their glasses. Now I take my glasses off. I'm as blind as a bat. I don't know if you can see these, but they're as thick as Coke bottles. I'm fucking blind,
Oh
mate, without
yeah,
my
yeah,
glasses.
yeah.
I've been wearing glasses since I was 6 years old, so that's 59 years. I have never once lost a pair of spectacles. Never once. Ever. Because if I lose these, I can't function. I just can't function.
Yeah,
The
you
only,
won't see shit.
yeah, yeah. Even if I take a dump on the floor, I won't be able to see that shit. But
All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to share this video. I'm going to share this video.
yeah,
No, hang on. I've got to get it right. All right.
I'd put a couple up, but I don't know if I'd get copyright strike by the owner. I mean, I got some really great videos I could show you, but I'm not putting mine up until later.
Here we go. That's Carbon Market in Cebu.
Carbon market, yeah, I was just going to say, yeah.
Floyd Mayweather.
Thank you. And thank you to Gino for emotion that footage, which the channel's got quite a few.
These vendors are making a fortune. But these are not your typical street side barbecue stand. You know, that's a far more upscale version of your barrio barbecue stand.
Yeah, it looks just like in Thailand.
Well, JJ's out in Mandawi where we went. Mate, that
It
was just
looked
unbelievable.
just like in Thailand, to be honest.
Yeah.
It did, and for that comparison, I'm going to look for one of them.
And cheap, Johnny. It is amazingly cheap. Incredible.
Oh yes.
Well, for a Westerner perspective, I don't know if it's cheap for the locals. I don't know. Remember, your average Filipino is earning less than $10 a day.
Yeah.
Now my budget
Jeff,
while I was, look, I don't make any apology for what I'm going to tell you. I'm 65 years of age. I've worked hard all my life, and I like my comforts. I have a beautiful home, and I'm used to what I would call my way of living. And so my budget for 10 days was 10,000 pesos a day. And that was accommodation, transport, gasoline, tour guide costs.
how much is that in Western currency? Just pick one.
Just my spending money for the 10 days was 3,500 Australian dollars.
3,000 for how long?
10 days. I saved 2 years for that.
No. That doesn't sound right. You say 3,000.
Yeah, because we're only getting 35 pesos to the dollar. So it was a little over 100. It was a little over 100, and all up, I changed $3,300 and got 100.
If it's that expensive in the Philippines, all Philippines should fucking move to Sweden.
It depends on your accommodation. I stayed in what I would call budget accommodation. I was only paying 1,550 pesos a night for a mid-range budget hotel. I could have gone and stayed out on stayed out at Shangri-La at Mactan Island, and that's 20,000 pesos a night. Minimum.
Well, that's
But I didn't spend nearly that much last time I was in Thailand. And we lived in nice hotels every fucking day.
Yeah, well, when I was around Cebu City, I could get
had
hotels.
food and all that.
I could get hotels for $19 a night.
I
But they're all booked out.
I don't get it how you can spend that much money in that short amount of time in
Well, I didn't
Philippines.
spend it all on me. I made a number of donations to Filipinos and friends. And
Well, there we go. There we go. There we go.
okay, gents.
So it
I'll-
wasn't just expenses; it was
Oh, no,
other
no, no,
things
no.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, you take 103,000 pesos. Well, 40,000 of it was gone the day I arrived. For the 10 days accommodation, that was nearly 17,000 pesos. For the tour guide, that was 6,000 pesos. For the rental car and the deposit was 11,000 pesos. And I budgeted like $250 for fuel. I budgeted 1,000 pesos a day for meals, which is nothing. I mean, you go to the McDonald's there, and you buy burger, chips, and fries and a Coke. That's 450 pesos. That's one meal. Well, I ate more than once, but 100,000 pesos for 10 days is not a lot of money. I'm not going to and fucking living like a pauper. I'm just not going to do it.
Jeff, that was kind of why I reacted on what you said.
Yeah.
Because you didn't explain the rest. You just said that it costed you that much. Like the last time I was in Thailand,
Yep.
I spent like 60,000 baht.
Yep.
That's about
fuck all.
$2,000.
I don't know the value of the baht.
But that was me buying stuff for her family, for hotels, gasoline, road taxes, and all that.
Yeah, every time I went over the CCLEX twice a day, it was 90 pesos. I mean, 90 pesos is a lot of money, but you do that twice a day, 10 days in a row, there's 900 pesos just going over the bridge. Look, if you turned around and you said to, say, for example, George Clooney or Joe Biden or Bill Gates, 100,000 pesos for 10 days in the Philippines, they would look at you and go, you're a peasant. They would probably spend 200,000 pesos a day minimum just on their hotel. They would be staying in like I live to the budget that I could afford, to my means, to the lifestyle that I'm accrued to. I'm not going to go over to the Philippines and live in a bloody mosquito-infested bloody bamboo shack, but I'm not going to live in a bloody 20,000 peso a night resort either.
Like a normal person, you go for in the middle, maybe a little bit over the middle.
Gentlemen, I'll
for
just play a video of
anyway, I have to take
nearly
it away.
a normal, a pretty well normal Thai market girl. Got a noodle chickeny shop.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look.
And I don't know why, but she does a really, really good trade.
Interesting, Johnny. Do a lot of Thai women have tattoos? Because I always thought that in Thailand, tattoos, it's the same mentality in the Philippines. If you got a tattoo, you're a criminal. So I find it quite unusual for a Thai business lady to have tattoos. Is that
Um,
normal?
some of it's religious,
Oh, okay.
and but some is
Hers just looked like body art, just like a,
yeah, but there's tattoos in Thailand are proper, but there's a lot of religious ones. Now that's very close to a Scotch egg, which you was cooking there. But um, there's plenty of girls like that. With restaurants that are flamboyant and out there, and that's to bring in the custom.
Yeah.
The Filipina is not like that. They
No,
just kind of sit down and just go, well, if you want my shit, you come and get it. Otherwise, they're not really. They don't go out spruiking. They don't do any of that the Western world would possibly more associate with.
yeah. Well, as you know, I'm pretty heavily tattooed all over, and I wore a singlet walking around the streets of Hilongos on Leyte. And mate, the locals were staring at me as though I was the biggest mafia boss. And I had an amigo there that I met, and he actually toured me around on his motorbike. And he said, "Jeff, you really should put a shirt on. People are scared of you. They think you're a criminal." I go, "Oh," and then I noticed no one had tattoos in the Longos. It's the different places you go, and the different cultures. It's the same as the dialects. You can go from one island to another,
But
and they won't understand each other. The
but
same with
Jeff, is the same in Thailand about tattoos?
yeah,
It's
really.
associated with criminals and the mafia.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like
And
that with Norway.
by the way, as a foreigner, at least in Thailand, don't ever go out there without a shirt on. Come on.
I saw
Never
a
do
Western.
it. Never do it.
Yeah,
Even I know that.
I saw a very tall Western lady in Cebu, long blonde hair, blue eyes. She might have been Swedish. The typical stereotypical Swedish, tall, blue-eyed, blonde.
Yeah.
But she had a lot of
Scandinavian.
tattoos. Now she was being stared at for two reasons. Filipinos don't see a lot of blonde, blue-eyed, tall Western women. She's a real novelty. The blonde hair is a huge novelty. So they were staring at that. But you could see the look of absolute shock on their face that she had tattoos. People were just freaking out as she walked down the street. I mean,
Yeah,
she
and
was like a moon creature.
that's also a typical, I would say, Asian thing.
Yeah,
Women that have tattoos, they
yeah.
are generally considered prostitutes.
Okay, but the other thing, you could see all the women that were looking at her were
Mm.
looking at her jealously because they want the white skin, they want the blue eyes, and they want the blonde hair.
Oh, okay, that part. That part.
Yeah, the women were looking at her
Yeah,
with green with
yeah.
envy. And all the men were looking at it. You knew what the men were thinking. You knew what the men were thinking. If they had the
Mm.
opportunity, she would have been thrown down on her back on the street and torn apart.
Mm.
It was just amazing to watch this woman. And I watched her for about 5 minutes, and like the whole bloody area just stopped and concentrated on it. It was amazing. It was really something to see. But yeah, I got the shock in Hilongos on Leyte when I went there. This guy on a motorbike, there was habble driver, they call them. It's just guys who own motorbikes, and they can drive you anywhere for a fee. You make a deal with them. You say, I want to go so-and-so, such and such. He goes, 20 pesos or 50 pesos or whatever. You don't have to have a license or anything. You've got to wear a helmet, but anybody can do it. And there's a lot of people out there out of work, and they, you know, if they haven't got a tricycle or a PUJ or a jeepney or a pedicab, they just use their motorbikes to make a living, and
Yeah.
you can get a ride anywhere. The one thing about Cebu, the person that says to me, I couldn't get around Cebu, well, it has to be a dyed-in-the-wool fucking moron. You can get around Cebu. It doesn't matter if you don't speak Bisaya. It doesn't matter if you don't speak Tagalog. You can get from point A to point B like that. All you got to do, you know, just anybody on a motorbike. And it doesn't matter if they're even doing habble. They'll do it for you anyway. And all you do is you say, Cebu, Opon, Pilar, how much? And he might say 100 pesos. Yeah, okay, 100 pesos. You jump on his bike and he'll take you there. Mate, it's really, really easy to get around Cebu now. It is really open up. And they've got Grab. They've got the other one, Uber. Uber is dearer than Grab, but Grab is pretty good. You put their app on your phone and, mate, they're there wherever you want to go. So getting around Cebu, and all the PUJs, you know, the little multi-cab things where you sit in the back. They've got the name on it. It might say Carbon to Sarau or Carbon to Pasil. You know exactly where they're going. And they're only 10 pesos a ride. I mean, like, if I got a taxi from my house down to the casino post office, which is about 5 kilometres away, I'd pay $30. Okay? Or in Philippines money, nearly 1,000 pesos for that ride. In the Philippines,
Jeff,
5 cents.
Jeff, so just so everyone can follow along, can you keep it to, let's say, dollars?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, dollars
because
is easy.
Otherwise, us plebs have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A lot of people, of course, use, you know, calculating US dollars, all, you know, but I never did, you know. The Yanks are getting a really good rate.
Just an approximate. I don't sit on XC and calculate. This is so much.
Yeah, well, one
Just
American dollar.
about what a dollar.
$1 American, 50 pesos. Well, actually 55. Just say 50 and you're laughing. 50 pesos, $1 American. It's actually 55. Depends on where you go. And what I did notice this time, and this is very important, folks, the money that you take your country's highest denomination. I went to a money changer in the mall, and when I offered them Australian $50 notes, they dropped the rate down 1 peso per dollar. If I gave them $100 notes, I got the full rate. And they didn't want to take $20 notes. They're not interested in exchanging $20. So if you're an Australian and you go to the Philippines now and you got a pocket full of $20 notes, you're fucked. You can't get rid of them. You can't change them. Even the banks don't want them. Trust me.
The thing is, like, in this country, they did it a few years ago. They said they're phasing out the $100 note because they're trying to phase out cash in this country.
I got told that at the ANZ Bank in Ballina on Friday, Johnny. They told me in no uncertain terms, you're fucking lucky because in a year's time, we won't be giving you cash. It'll all be, you know, your card. And I thought, no, fuck this. What do we do when we want to go overseas? You've got to use our card overseas. It'll get swallowed by the ATM as it does 9 times out of 10, or you get skimmed. Now, here's the thing. Here's another thing. I've got to warn everybody going to the PI right now. If you go into even in the malls, if you go into the malls, the shop assistants are so brazen, they fucking photograph your card. I'm not kidding. And then what happens is, so you're not bloody aware of what's going on. Now, this is a scam that's happening in the Philippines right now. The shop assistant will photograph on their phone. They'll take a photo of your card. Somehow they can get into it. I don't know how. And they are buying Philippines iTunes gift cards of 49 pesos a shot. And you don't even notice it because you're overseas and it doesn't show up. But you're not going to miss 49 pesos, which is just under $1. But they do it several times a day. And that's the scam going on at the moment. If you go into the malls over there and pay with your debit card or your credit card, they photograph it. When you've actually paid for your item in the store, there must be a record of the numbers or whatever. I don't know how they do it, but they're doing it. So be very careful. Watch when you're paying with your debit or credit card that the store cashier doesn't photograph it on their mobile phone, because that's what's happening. But they don't try and hit you for everything in your account at once. They do these tiny little amounts, but they do hundreds of them. So be careful, people going to the Philippines, because that's happening right now. I was amazed at the number of different things that are going on to get foreigners. And they've started fair dinkum. They've started, some of the locals have started the wrist on the band on the wrist trick, like they do in Paris and Rome, where they tie this thing on you and say it's free, but then they say, no, you owe me $5 because you've got the wristband. So be very careful if a local in the Philippines comes up and they've got this colourful little band that they've made and they tie it on you, and they'll physically, while you're walking, they'll come and tie it on you, and then they'll demand money from you. So be careful. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it.
So in other words, carry a pocket knife so you can cut it off and just say, hey, I don't want it.
Oh, mate, and then I've seen it get nasty. So you've really, when you see the kids, because they're usually teens, and there'll be a bunch of thugs behind them to come up and bully you because you've ripped off the kid. So if you see a bunch of kids coming towards you, and I've got a handful of these things, mate, just fold your arms like this so they can't start tying you up. And if they do start really pressuring you, just yell out at the top of your voice, "Wallah, wallah, no, no." And then people around look at them and realise the kids are bothering you, and then the locals tell the kids to fuck off because they don't like it. Gives them a bad name.
You can say, depending on what dialects and that, but I believe fuck off and leave me alone works in every language.
Yeah, well, diri, go away, wallah, no, or in Bisaya, there's several words for the word stop. I just go, hunong, Hunong, hunong. And people, when you do that and yell it strongly enough, people turn around and look. They want to know what's going on. So then you've got the crowd on your side, because you can prove later that you told them to stop. You shouted it out in their own language. Well, Kathy, I was there 5-6 weeks ago, and this happened to me on 2 occasions. So I know it's happening. I was there in Cebu. I did a lot of walking tours around, Maxilom Avenue, Osmeña Circle, Carbon Street, down around San Recoletos University and all the streets down there. I was around Mandawi and Lapu-Lapu quite a bit, and I never felt unsafe, not once. I wasn't scared for my personal safety, being stabbed or robbed or anything like that. Not after that New Zealand guy got killed in Makati a couple of weeks ago.
What was that one?
A Kiwi tourist. 2 guys on a motorbike rode up to him, demanded his money, and he told them to fuck off. So they put 6 bullets into him, killed him. Cops are still looking for them. But they're tearing the Philippines apart, because you kill a Kiwi tourist, you kill tourism.
Well, the thing is, I remember years ago down in Phuket in Thailand, the same kind of snatch and grab thing, but the woman held on to a bag, and they had a knife to cut the shoulder strap type of thing.
Well, I was very aware.
When that was happening, they actually stabbed her. But they got caught up with. But the whole part about it is that's not a regular occurrence. When I used to go to the Philippines, it was very, very much the wild, wild west.
Yeah. Mate. In some places, it still is. Look, if there are places, if you go to the wrong area, and when I say the wrong area, I don't mean to be rude, but there are still very, very impoverished slum areas in Cebu. I'm not demeaning it. I'm not being nasty.
Well, everywhere,
I can tell you
everywhere.
now that there are some very poverty-stricken places in Cebu that you really don't want to end up in. If you don't know, and if you do end up there, get out. You're a target.
Well, Jeff, even in Manila, you'll
Oh
have
yeah, Tondo,
See,
Smoky Mountain,
you know,
Ermita.
look, the whole thing is you can be walking down the street, you'll have a wonderful hotel and whatever, and there'll be tin shacks and
Yeah.
whatever, not.
Yeah. I can't count the number of people in the main streets of Cebu that I've walked over that are sleeping on a laid out cardboard box or just sleeping on the concrete.
Yeah, well,
That's in Cebu City right now.
Well, it's been going on. It's been going on for as long as I've been there. Or
Well, it has been cleaned up a lot. Now, if you're in Osmeña Circle, there's a footbridge that goes over Osmeña Circle from one side to the Robinsons Galleria, the big Robinsons Mall there in Osmeña Circle. You can't get through that footbridge. It's home to families. They just live on it. They live on the steps. They live on the, it's unreal.
Have you ever been? I did it once. I went to the Manila Cemetery. That was an eye opener.
Yeah.
People actually living in the crypts, taking care of everything. That was their home, and it was families that were doing it.
Well, I wrote down a lot of the stuff. So when I got back, because
sorry.
I took a hell of a lot of videos that I've yet to put up on my channel, but there's a brand new Gaisano Grand Mall in Lapu Lapu now. There's two. I prefer the old one actually, because the new one isn't fully rented yet. There's a lot of empty space there, but it is so crowded. Johnny, if you go into Big W or Kmart or Target, you can walk around without literally shouldering your way through the people. And that's what you have to do in these malls in Cebu. Even now, it's all come back. The malls are crowded. And you know why? I'll tell you what, it's really simple. Air conditioning. All the people go there because it's air conditioned. And right now in Cebu, it is like I'm told, I was lucky. I got there before it started, but apparently May is supposed to be the hottest month of the year in Cebu. So I'm glad that I got out in April. Yeah, Kathy, I've never felt personally threatened. I've had a couple of situations, but Kathy, I've never felt as though I'm going to get killed or mugged or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe people look at me. Yeah, they probably do see an old man. But when I look at them, go, yeah, Dong, what do you want? They know I'm and covered in tattoos and one thing that happened in Cebu. I mean, they'd come up and they'd touch my hat. Mate, it was unreal because I wore my hat. I stuck out like a fucking dog's balls. Everybody, all the Filipinos commented on my hat. They'd come up and touch it. It was weird, mate. Weird.
Kathy, your American husband felt so safe. Well, obviously, you looked after him a hell of a lot. I wonder what places you've been. I've travelled from the north of Luzon to down to Zamboanga, down the main islands. Yes, some of that was, it took me bloody a lot of years to complete it all, those trips. Not all of it was so brilliant. And especially down in Mindanao. And not every part of Mindanao is still, the way it's projected by the government where it's safe and it's wonderful. That's bullshit.
You won't get me down south in Sulu area or Jolo. There is no way you could drag me down there with wild horses, mate.
But the one part about it, if you keep your sense and sensibilities about you, don't get drunk, because drunken foreigners are easy pickings, and that happens in all the tourist areas, and we know that, Kathy.
Which is a reminder, Johnny, to anybody going to the Philippines, if you're going to go out for a night on the piss, do not, under any circumstances, allow them to run a chit. Pay for each drink as you buy it. Because
Correct.
if you run a chit and you get even the slightest bit tipsy, they are going to hit you with a 20,000 peso bill. The bouncers are going to physically drag you to the ATM and make you draw it out, and the police will be there making you do it too. Do not run a chit in a bar. If you do, you're a bloody idiot. You're going to get screwed, and I've got no sympathy for you.
I always used
There you go. There you go.
In the Philippines, there was a couple of places I used to drink at, in down in General Santos City. But other places, I would say, don't take the top off the beer.
Yeah, you don't know what they're going to drop in it.
Yeah, I will take the top off, and the thing is, I'd put the top on the table.
Yeah,
they could put the price in the cup, in the bin. But their tickets had to add up to how many bottle caps I had. Because the whole part about it.
Yeah, the other thing, Johnny, as everybody is well aware, I love my red wine. I can't survive without it. Now, in the Philippines, red wine is ridiculously expensive. Even cheap brand Australia wine that you can buy on the bottle over here for $7 or $8, it's $35 a bottle in the Philippines, or peso equivalent.
That's important. That's import taxes. Every country, Thailand's the same. Lots of countries jack it up, and as you know, supply chains in the Philippines are shit house.
Yeah, I understand all that, but what my point is, for anybody over there who likes red wine, they bring it to you in a chiller, stone ice cold. Now, I'm sorry.
Red wine you don't drink cold.
You do not chill a good red wine. You do not. And I'm not paying $35.
Room temperature.
Yeah. Well, they bring it to you out of a fridge. It's so cold, your hand sticks to the bottle. It's that cold.
Wasn't that a James Bond character? The Craw.
Yeah, and no. I just said to one guy in one restaurant, I took out a family that I know as a treat to a restaurant, ordered a bottle of red wine, and when he brought it to my table, it was so cold, JG, it was ridiculous. And there's no way you could drink it. I mean, they'd killed it. They had killed everything.
Yeah.
And I refused
to pay
for
it. With red wine, come on, I'm not a sophisticated guy, but I know this. Room temperature and open the bottle and let it breathe.
That's right. So the point here, JG, is when you
I know that.
Yeah, when you chill red wine to that degree, you completely, utterly, and totally change the bouquet, the taste, the texture. You ruin it.
Oh yeah,
you absolutely ruin it
for sure.
And I said, look, I'm sorry.
And Jeff, it's the same with Western guys being so fucking brave drinking vodka, right?
Yeah.
They drink it chilled. Vodka isn't supposed to be drunk
room temperature.
Chilled. Room temperature. Because when just like with red wine, when you chill it, you change the bouquet.
Yeah.
Of it.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jeff. Did you?
It's exactly the same with vodka.
Jeff, did you race across the mall, grab the defibrillator, whack it on the bottle, and say, "Live, bastard, live"?
Like when I got married in Russia, right?
Oh yes, that's a story.
No one there chilled their vodka.
What the hell is a Swedish guy doing in Russia? I knew it.
Yeah,
I
a
knew
lot
it.
of people ask
He's
me
an
that.
oligarch mobster. He's an oligarch mobster. Look at that 5 o'clock shadow. He's probably got fucking a dasher full of bloody hitmen there waiting. You know, he's probably
Yeah.
right. There we go.
Yeah, Jeff, I was actually married in Russia. So
To a
yeah,
Russian lady.
they know how to drink vodka.
Yeah, but Jay, to a Russian lady or a Swedish lady?
Russian.
Wow, how did that
But,
work out?
I just so no one starts to talk about male brides or anything. I did meet her in Sweden.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, but hang on. What
Okay.
about her doggy? Her doggy loved you.
Oh yes. Let's see if I can show the love I got. I don't think you will be able to see it. You can't see
Hang
it.
on. We'll do solo
Well,
screen.
you have a little bit
There's a
here.
little scar there.
That's
you
quite
have a
sensual.
little bit.
That's hold it up there for a minute, will you? Oh, well.
Oh, you are such a sexy man.
Yeah, you have a
Jesus
little
Christ.
bit of her dog's love for me.
Yeah, can you wiggle your bum a bit? What about the one on your bum there, JG?
Oh, you want my bum? Okay, hold on.
No, you got a scar on your bum. Can you do a little dance?
Hang on. Where's the music? Where's the music? Do.
Do a little dance.
Yeah, her dog attacked me and took a bite right through my arm.
Ow.
Yeah. And then he fucking buried him in the backyard. His missus had to dig him up.
Yeah.
Was that a Russian dog? Decided, I like this Swedish
Oh,
white man.
it was
largest fucking dog in the
one
world.
of those. One of the biggest dogs in the world, the bear dogs of Russia.
Yeah, bear dog.
Holy shit.
That
And
bloody
JJ's
dog
only little and
took a
petite,
good
you know.
chunk out of my arm. Shit happens. As I said,
No
you
worries.
have to try everything in a new country. So,
So the oligarch Russia hitman that you worked for, you did something wrong, and he sicked his dog on you. In Japan, you have to cut off your little finger.
yeah. Basically.
Yeah. No wonder he didn't put a toker over your head, just blow your brains out.
Well,
me and JJ's going to
I am
fucking Poland
too
for holiday.
Well,
I'm too well connected.
the whole thing about it was a female dog. It was a female dog.
Male.
You sure? I thought it was a female dog, and it says, "I think I love you."
Did the dog penetrate you at all, JG? Did the dog actually put his dick in you?
Johnny, shut the fuck up, Steve. Johnny, you're actually not far off because our theory about why the dog attacked me was like that. Okay. I will try not to make this very complicated, but my wife's son got married at the same time, right?
Oh, a dual wedding.
Yeah, and his wife had her period
Oh,
when we were there. And we were all drunk and was friendly. And when he attacked me, she was actually holding around my shoulder.
Yeah.
And he just kaboom.
Well, the whole part about it is just, I want that bitch, not yours.
Yeah, exactly, Johnny. Exactly.
Yeah. And what did Alice Cooper
Oh
say? What was
yeah.
Alice Cooper's song?
Fuck me.
Only women
That.
bleed.
And the dog was like having my arm, shaking it like this, and I was and my wife's father, the owner of the dog, was just standing over and banging the dog's head. To get him to let go of my fucking arm.
So you spent your wedding night when you were supposed to be doing other
In the
stuff
hospital.
in the hospital.
Yeah.
I've never had sex in a hospital bed.
Yeah, well, we had it when we got home from the hospital. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to say no. She was very adamant. We consecrated the marriage in the hospital.
Yeah, and here is something about the Russian hospitals you have to know. If someone you know want to fuck up your brain, the hospital is the perfect place because they put me on this stretcher or like bed, right? And before the doctors and the nurses came in to attend to me, my wife and her family had talked with them and told them to fuck my head up. So when they came in, I was lying there, the blood was pouring out, and they were like getting in this trolley with all kind of fucking, appliances. And said, okay, let's go, basically. And I was like, oh, fuck, I'm so fucking dead. But when they saw I was fucking terrified. They say, oh, okay, we are just joking. So yeah.
Yeah, I've only
That was
ever
a fun
two Russians.
experience.
I met a father and daughter team in Sydney. They ran a business that I had to deal with through the company I was working for, and they constantly broke into conversation together in Russian. And then after about half an hour of this, I just stood up and I said, "Look, listen, where I come from, and that's right here, is obviously different to where you come from. But if you continue to do that, I'm leaving. You're fucking rude." And I don't care using the word fuck because you're being fucking rude to me. I'm going to be fucking rude back. Speak English. Don't fucking talk behind my back or you can fuck off. And you should have seen the looks on their faces. They thought, oh, I'm a prick. No. Don't sit there and make slide remarks and then snigger at each other after you've said something about me in fucking Russian. And they didn't like it. And I said, hey, we're not in some fucking Russian fucking nightclub here with guys with machine guns and all the rest of it. This is fucking Sydney, mate. You're in my town now. Take your fucking Russian bullshit and shove it up your ass. They didn't like it.
Jeff, when you're in Russia, you are on the bottom of the fucking food chain,
me
mate.
personally,
They
I
are fucking
couldn't care
killers.
less.
When you see them overseas, talk to them nicely, or they'll fucking slit your fucking throat.
Yeah,
You are
I know.
on the bottom
That's
of
the
the
problem.
fucking food chain, mate.
Steven,
And the thing that they think they
you've
can
been
come here and do the same thing here,
to
Steve.
Russia more than I
They
have.
can do it here, mate. They can fucking do it here, believe me. They are born to
worry,
fight
mate.
those people.
Yeah.
They really are.
The
Not
thing
even
is,
going you, mate, but because I was there for a fucking year, mate. I was in Russia for a year.
Yeah,
Like, JJ.
as I
You
said,
don't fuck
Steven,
around with
you've
Russians,
been
mate.
to Russia more than me.
That's one place you don't fuck with, Jeff, when you're overseas.
Jeff,
Better off to be nice when we just.
Steven have had a Russian lady as well, so.
If you're nice to them, Jeff, they're usually nice back. But you
Oh, yes.
you want to fucking fight, you'll fucking get one.
Yeah.
You'll be lucky to fucking survive it. Fuck, these cunts are big, mate. Woo!
Well, you
I
know,
remember.
you know,
And
I
the thing is, Stephen, they don't care because they know they will get away with it.
Jeff, I'm 6 foot and I was fucking short over there. They're fucking huge, mate. 6'2", 6'4", and they're fucking huge, mate. Thick. They look like fucking Mike Tyson fucking clones.
Yeah.
Different colour, of course.
Intimidating. But here's the funny thing. Look, for years and years and years, when we had the Cold War. Now, I didn't travel outside Australia and New Zealand until I was in my 30s, but I can remember year after year after year, all the news, with JFK, the Bay of Pigs, the missile crisis, all this sort of shit. And we would see these massive parades in Red Square with all this armor and all this shit going through. And we were all scared of them. We were all scared of them. We were all worried about the big Russian bear. Well, I'm not anymore. As far as I'm concerned, I watched that for years and they tried to put fear in us. Hey, they're great at putting on fucking massive parades with tanks and missiles and guns and all this sort of shit and flyovers.
Well, Jeff, hang on, Jeff, hang on. What do you think? What do you think the fucking West does as well? They put on parades. They put on things. They're the ones exercising in the South China Sea at the moment, flexing their fucking muscles. And the Russians do it bad. Oh, it's very bad, very bad, very bad. The Russians can't do that. Fucking, they're only doing what the West is doing. But I'm not defending the fucking Russians,
What I'm saying is, if you take, we put on parades too, but look, it took us 100 hours to completely crush, destroy, and decimate the largest Middle Eastern army ever assembled in history, Saddam's army. It took us 100 hours to fucking knock them on the head. Now, the fucking Russians, with all that might and all that threat and all that power and all that scare tactics, have been in the Ukraine for over a year, and they're getting slaughtered. They're fucking pussies.
Yeah, Jeff, the Russians haven't put all their energy into it. They've given a fraction of what they got. If they attack Ukraine full on, they'll wipe it out. They really will. I'm telling you, mate. But as far as Russians go...
Stephen, with what? Pure manpower. That's all they have.
Okay.
Manpower.
Yeah, manpower. Yeah.
That's all they have. They don't have.
They're using a quarter of their air force. They're probably using 1/10 of their fucking army.
Yeah, but remember, Stephen, remember.
Soldiers.
One at a time, gentlemen.
Guys that are getting no training, no equipment, no nothing, and they're terrified. They're surrendering left, right, and centre. I mean, they're cannon fodder.
Okay, Jeff, I want you to do something for me. I want you to get on a plane, go to Russia and watch their news. What do you reckon they're saying about the fucking Ukrainians?
Yeah, I know.
Same fucking shit.
I've seen it.
Look, Jeff, we were brought up to hate the fucking Russians. It was educated, and it was educated for us that your Knights of the Round Table and Robin Hood and shit. You go over to Russia, they got their Robin Hoods, they got the Knights of the Round Table. They have the largest amount of castles in the fucking world. Yeah. But we never knew that. And the Russians were taught to fucking hate us as well. But then the Iron Curtain came down. The Russians, they're not such bad people. They fucking loved me over there. I probably loved JG as well. Until the fucking the shit happened again. And cop this, Jeff. This is one you can take home with you. They loved the fucking Russians. They were their brothers. The Ukrainians loved Russia, okay? Now fucking look at it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Sorry, mate, I'm not having to go at you, but that's the facts.
No, you're right.
As I wanted to say, Russia, yeah, sure, they have a lot more to throw into Ukraine, but remember, they still have to defend all their other borders.
No,
they will never ever put all
NATO's not going to fight Russia.
They will never put
get the Ukrainians to do it
to one place. I mean, they might be stupid, but they are not that stupid.
Yeah. You'd be surprised what the Russians could do.
Come on, they have the
I think
power.
There's a lot more to fucking come, Jeff. I think there's a lot more to fucking come.
They can't afford,
Steve,
they can't afford to put it in one place.
I've lost that fear.
Yeah.
No?
They're not bad people, Jeff, if you talk to them.
Yeah.
They really aren't.
I love the Russian people. I do.
But
Wonderful
I hate
people.
what they're fucking doing at the moment. That's just fucking terrible. Bombing fucking civilians and shit like that.
Is it
It's
true
fucking
that
horrible.
all the Olgas and Svetlanas are looking for Western men to get them out of Russia? Is that true?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. How many fucking times I got asked that? Have you got a boyfriend for me over there? I said, I don't have a boyfriend, but do you want to meet somebody? No, but they were all fucking asking everywhere. And mate, these were fucking honeys, mate. I'm telling you, fucking 10 out of 10. They're fucking gorgeous.
Stephen,
have you got a friend for me? Yeah. What? You go on, Jay.
Stephen, the Thai ladies do the same. My ladies' friends, they keep on telling me, "Do you have a boyfriend for me?" Come on, everyone does it.
No,
Come
they all
on.
do it. Yeah, that's right.
Don't give me
hell.
that shit.
No, what shit was I giving you? I'm just telling you, they all want a fucking boyfriend.
Yeah,
over
no,
there.
not
Fucking-
you, Stephen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing. Look, when I was, it was one of the best countries I visited, Jeff. It was just amazing. It's actually poorer than the fucking Philippines. The Ukraine was. Not bad for a rich country, is it?
Yeah. That's what surprised me. Yeah.
Yeah, it surprised me too.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe how
I've
poor they
never
were.
been to Ukraine,
looting
but
everything
I've
up
been to
there.
Russia.
It's exactly the same as Russia, JG. It was exactly the same.
It is Russia.
Okay,
Well, it
so
was.
really
No, actually,
bad.
Ukraine was Russia. Yeah, Ukraine owned Russia. That was the capital was Kiev, I think. Hang on, yeah, Kiev. That was the capital of Russia.
Yeah.
Many moons ago.
Anyhow, right, moving right along. I want to know, Stephen, your worst experience on street food, restaurant, or takeaway.
Probably oysters, Johnny. When I was about to get on the plane the next day, and I had some, the oysters in a bottle in Thailand. You got them over there too, Jeff, haven't you? And you get little oysters. They're cheap, and oysters Kilpatrick type of thing, like fucking raw.
Honestly,
mate,
that's a new one on me.
I was a fucking hovercraft, mate. I fucking on the bowl 24. I shit fucking everywhere. Couldn't believe it. So I ring up the fucking. I've got to fly in Filipino Airlines. I think.
Right.
I rang up and said, I got diarrhea, I can't get on the plane. Oh, well, you'll have to pay another $330 US. I said, no worries, I'll get on the fucking plane and I'll shit on the fucking module. Put me on the plane, no problem. I spoke to her like that. I don't give it. Oh, she said, oh, okay, hang on, I'll just go and see the manager. She came back and said, go and get a doctor's certificate and ring us back when you want to come back. No, I'll get on your plane and have a shit. That's a true story.
I did a Philippine Airlines trip once. It was several times into it, and the toilet, after a couple of hours into the flight, mate, they managed to piss and shit on the roof, the walls, everywhere but in it or at it. And I went and said to one of the flight attendants, look, the CR is totally unusable. Can you do anything about it? She said, no, I'm a flight attendant. It's your problem. I couldn't believe it.
Flight attendant, it's your problem, okay.
But we've had guests from the Philippines. They don't know how to use a toilet. They just don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I've actually seen.
They sit. Do you know, Jeff? Jeff, do you know they actually sit on the fucking toilet with their feet? Squat on the toilet.
On their feet. Mate, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Squat toilets. That's squat toilets. But
John, it's the normal. They do it on normal toilets. They do it on normal toilets.
I know that. But the thing is, you've got to remember, these people virtually dig a hole out the back in the veggie garden, shit in it for a week, then dig another hole, and a progressive hole. And as the holes are covered in, then they plant the vegetables because that's the fertilizer.
Well, while I was there, I actually heard in this particular barangay, because there's no services whatsoever, they poop into a plastic bag and just chuck it out a hole at the back of the house into a hole. They poop in a plastic bag.
The burn pit, Jeff.
No, the whole family. There's no toilet.
Yeah, but the thing is, they have a burn pit. Then they throw all the rubbish in there, and then once a month or once a week or whatever, they flick a match into it and burn a whole lot of the shit.
But that is why we are the lucky country. I mean, the one thing I've never ever lived in a house without hot and cold running water and a flushing toilet. So to go to a country
Jeff,
it's unheard of.
When I was a kid, we used to live down the beach, right? We didn't have a toilet type thing, just a bucket. What do you call it? A drum? What do you call them? I can't remember whatever they're called. And my job was to dig the fucking hole and put the fucking shit in and fill up the hole, like the top. Yeah. But you had to do it quite often, and sometimes you'd walk around and fucking your foot would go in the shit, right down about to your fucking to your knees. Oh, it was so pleasant.
Hey, shit. Steve, you know what's coming, don't you? So these were the good old days in Tassie, yeah?
No, Point Cook, actually.
Yeah, well, actually, Buick.
I'm from Melbourne, Jeff.
Yeah. Who was saying you're from Tassie?
Probably Johnny. He likes his Tassie jokes.
All right.
He's fucking worn them out by now.
You remember Sale of the Century with Tony Barber?
Recycle, yeah.
Steve, you remember Sale of the Century, right? And you remember that Kiwi guy that was the champion forever? He died not so long ago.
I didn't give a shit about him.
Anyway.
And what was that Russian girl? Fucking whatever, Xanadez. She was a fucking hottie.
Yeah, which one was that, John?
He came on Sale of the Century, and he was from Tasmania. And Tony Barber says to him, "What do you think of Melbourne?" And this guy's on Sale of the Century, for Christ's sake. And Tony says, "What do you think of Melbourne?" He said, "Oh, great, mate. I've always wanted to come to Australia. I nearly fucking died." This is a quiz program for fucking general knowledge. A guy from Tasmania.
Barry Jones was the bloke you're talking about. He was,
Barry Jones?
Yeah.
Mate, that was fucking the funniest.
That wasn't Sale of the Century, was it? That wasn't Sale of the Century, was it? Pick a box.
He was on.
What was it? Sale of the Century? Oh, really?
Pick a box, Sale of the Century, the whole. He was.
He was fucking incredible, that guy.
He was a very knowledgeable man. But then again, half his questions were spoon-fed too, if you really watched it.
Yeah.
When he was up against somebody else, they spoon-fed stuff that went his way, so it was rigged. But yeah,
I'd say so, yeah.
Tony Barber never knew he was a Kiwi because one show, this was when, I forget the guy's name. I've got a picture of him on my phone. But anyway, he answered this question to win the $250,000, the car, all the prizes, everything else. And it was a question about New Zealand. And Tony said, "Gee, that was really good, mate." He said, "That's out of the blue. How do you know so much about New Zealand history?" He said, "Tony," he said, "I'm a Kiwi." And Tony just couldn't fucking believe it because, like Russell Crowe and Split Ends and all our others, Australia had taken them for their own. And Tony is, always, this wonderful, amazing, fucking clever Australian guy drops it on him. I'm a Kiwi. Fucking Tony Barber nearly fucking shit his pants.
Okay, Jeff. Here's two questions or one question roll. It's a multiple choice. The Leamington and the Pavlova.
They're Kiwi, mate.
Fucking fuck off. Even the kiwi fruit is stolen. Even it's a Chinese fucking gooseberry. You can steal everything, you fucking kiwi pricks.
I'm not biting. Fuck off.
What about the avocado?
Oh, God.
Avocado? Oh, who gives a shit about an avocado?
What about your underarm bowling? Carrying like fucking girls. Fucking disgusting the way you carried on.
Okay, you know the difference between Marmite and Vegemite, don't you?
Yeah, Poms.
Nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing. And you know why? You know why, Stephen?
Why?
This was proved clinically several years ago. A young woman went to her gynecologist. She could not grow pubic hair. And the gynecologist said to her, "Get a jar of Marmite and get a jar of Vegemite. And with one finger, spread Marmite on the left-hand side of your vaginal lips and spread Vegemite on the right-hand side of your vaginal lips for 10 days in a row." So she did. She went home. She got the Marmite and the Vegemite jars, and 10 days in a row she smeared Marmite on one side and Vegemite on the other. And after that, She had this massive thatch of thick, curly pubic hair. She went there to a gynecologist, absolutely fucking stoked, out, fucking rageous. This is great. I love you. But she said, I've got to ask, why Marmite on one side and why Vegemite on the other? He said, it's simple. No cunt can tell the difference.
No cunt can tell the difference. Fair enough.
Actually, Jeff,
There you go, Jeff.
that was a good joke, but there is a big difference between Marmite and Vegemite. Marmite
One's
was
Kiwi, one's Aussie.
no, one was marketed to the ponds, and the Vegemite was marketed to the world.
Yeah, I saw something the other day that said if we knew what was in Vegemite, no one would eat it ever again. Apparently,
Molasses.
It's a leftover from brewing beer. It's got all the yeast and
molasses.
all the rest of it, and the goodness out of the wheats and the barleys and the whole lot of it.
What, are you saying there's something wrong with leftover beer, you fucking traitor?
No,
It's molasses, gentlemen. It's made with molasses.
I'm not a Kiwi. I don't drink dregs out of the glass, fucking shit like that.
Mate, if we can all see you at 6 o'clock in the morning, we know damn well that the first thing you're going to do when you get up in the morning is grab that half-empty stubby and take a swig.
No, that's
Come
wrong.
on, admit it.
I never have a half-empty stubby.
That's because you put your cigarette butts in them and you swallowed a few cigarette butts.
Yeah.
No, don't forget, I don't drink out in my smoking area. So that doesn't happen. When I went on the cut down smoking thing, no beverages of any kind in the smoking area. I was out there to smoke a cigarette only.
I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm just a sucker on the end.
I'm not going to disagree.
I told you about my chop shop, eh? I'm still doing well.
Well, that's all right.
Now, we have a comment up there that's from Stay Frosty. He reckons he's going to get a bum gun for his missus. Don't forget the Thai salad. What's it called? What's it called, that salad, that Thai salad they all eat?
Tom Young.
Sumtao. Yeah, Sumtao and a fucking bum gun when you bring them to Australia.
The one thing about it is the bum gun thing. Now, Stephen and I have been through the plumbing part of that.
All fixed.
And I said, well, this is, in my opinion, this is a good economical way of, without any major stuff. But as we know, water temperatures and air temperatures are different in Australia, especially in the southern states, to Thailand, say. You've ever heard of a frosty pussy? Well, you will.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. No, look, Stay Frosty, if you're going to do it, you have to put an on and off valve on it. Okay, so you can shut it off. Otherwise, it'll blow the fucking house, the hose, and it'll flood your whole house, which happened to me. The whole house was flooded. We went out shopping one day, and the bum gun decided to explode. The water just pissed out and flooded the whole house. It happens in Thailand a lot because they got little drains in their fucking toilets, and they got them in their bathroom as well. How fucking stupid is that? Wow. So they can't flood? Fucking ridiculous having fucking drains in toilets, isn't it? Jesus.
You know, the whole thing about it is realistically,
all the fucking floor.
They call bathrooms here wet areas.
Why the fuck don't they put drains in them, John? It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but Stephen,
I've done it.
That's
I've
not
done
the
it in
most
last house.
ridiculous thing.
What's that? You tell us.
Yeah, so you go into a shower, and right on the wall, you have a fucking 220 volt appliance heating the fucking water. And you're showering together with that. How fucking stupid is that?
No, it's earth, and it's up higher than the water splash, Jürgen.
Yeah, bullshit.
Well, what do you do with the backstroke in the fucking shower?
When I see that shit, I'm ooh.
right.
It's an adventure to take a shower in Thailand, in my opinion.
Well,
Nah, they're all right,
I
JG.
put one in, and
Yeah,
they
but
have
it's
to be
still
early.
fucking stupid.
Well, maybe, but remembering hot water services aren't common like we have in other different countries.
Yeah,
They
I
don't wear
don't
hot
care
water.
about the heating. I'm caring about where they fucking put it.
I'm quite sure they're all waterproof, JG, and they've got safety
Yeah,
switches
that's
on them.
splash
They
proof.
got
That's
safety
splash.
valves on them and shit like that. They'll
Yeah, because
try one out and see if it works.
yeah, Thailand is well known for their strict regulations
Oh
about the
shit! Yeah,
building
yeah.
stuff.
Do you know in
Yeah.
Thailand, Jeff, they don't put the wiring in the wall. They put it on the outside the wall. And if they have to go in the architrave, they take it outside the architrave.
Go suck my little dick.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what,
Fucking amazing.
showering in the Philippines, you've got to listen to this, guys, because this is amazing.
Saucepan.
Showering in the Philippines
Saucepan.
is absolutely the most tense and stressful thing you can do, because not your shower, everybody else's shower. So what you do, you get up at 4:30 in the morning when the roosters start crowing, you start walking around the barrio, and they've got no running water, they've got no showers, they have buckets of water that they tip over their head, and they call that carbo shower. And you're walking down the street, and there's all these young women, and they don't do it in their normal clothes. They have these little wee thin t-shirts and little wee thin shorts, and they're bucketing this water over their head, and their long dark hair. And you're walking past them, and their t-shirt is stuck to them, and their
Oh,
shorts.
you dirty man! You
And
dirty
that's what I'm
man!
talking about. Showers in the
That's
Philippines.
why.
They're very
That's why he
stressful.
gets up at that early in the morning. Most old men
Showers
get
in the
out there at
Philippines
8
are
o'clock.
very stressful. You know, you walk down the street and there's all these young ladies and all everybody, and they're just pouring this water all over them right there on the side of the road, in the street, in their yard, and they don't care. There's no modesty around. I mean, you think to yourself, for fuck's sake, you think they'd build a little enclosure or something, or do it behind the
Yeah.
house, but no, in front of everybody. And there's no shame, there's no stigma. And you're a Western guy watching this 25-year-old little dolly bird with this clinging t-shirt, and I mean, mate, it is fuck.
I get you. I get you. I get you.
I must admit, in my time, in some barangays where there's not the water and they've got the local bomba and everybody shares and things like that. I actually donated the pump to one, but I kind of don't hang out and do that. But thanks for that information anyway, Jeff.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is, I've just hung myself, Johnny, because tomorrow all my Mong channels are going to be playing that clip to make me out to be a sexual pervert in the Philippines. You wait, they'll come out, because they can't take a joke. They can't take, just a story. They will make it out that I'm a deviant sexual pervert. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. Let them have their fun.
Yeah,
and
we get what you are saying.
But
We do.
normally the ones that have got a couple of bob in the Philippines, and actually in Thailand it's quite common. You got the plastic saucepan where you're tipping that over yourself.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
I've carbo showered many times before we built the unit. Had no choice. But what I did it a bit different. Well, I had two quite large buckets, and I would heat the electric jug up 2 or 3 times and pour that in, and then just pour some cold water, and I'd use that. I've never carbo showered with cold water. I can't do it, even in the Philippines, as hot as it is.
Oh, come on. It's just because you worried your dick shrinks. Come on.
No, it's not. It's not, Jürgen. The thing is, cold water, especially
Shrinks
down
your
the
dick?
back. Especially down the back and that. It's not a good feeling.
No. And I've actually read, Johnny, that cold water on a hot day is not going to cool you down at all. You're better off to cool yourself down with warm water. Do you know that they say that on a hot day you're better off drinking a cup of coffee or a cup of tea? It's got the enzymes in it that cool your blood more than an ice cold bottle of water.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? Well, we could do the pommy thing. Well, a cup of chai and some cucumber sandwiches.
But what you said, Jeff, is true. It's like the Bedouins in bloody Sahara. They drink hot tea.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't, what's the English word? Participate or something like that.
Perspiration.
Well, the whole thing, when like for 17 years working on the roads and in the middle of summer and shit like that, I never ever put any water in the fridge. It was always at room temperature.
Room temperature, yeah.
And I learnt that from when I was in the army. They said you drink cold water, you'll get a gut ache, and you'll be throwing up.
Yep. Yeah.
And you have to piss a lot.
I've got a couple of these towels, Johnny. We got issued them from City of Sydney, and all you do, you dampen them, and they go cold. Yeah, they're like a tube, and you put them around your neck, and they stay cold for hours.
Well, they have a glycol in it, have they?
I used one for about an hour in Cebu, and I threw it away. It was making me sweat. It honestly did more harm than good. Yes, it was really cold. I mean, they work really well here, but in the humidity, like I was getting up really early in the morning. You can't help it, the traffic, the noise, the roosters, everything. But I was getting up really early, and I'd have a shower because you're sticky all night. It doesn't matter, even if you've got the aircon on, you're sticky. So I'd have a shower, you dry yourself off, but 10 minutes later, you sweat so much, you needed another shower. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Jeff, I remember there was a statement in the Philippines from Filipino women, I'm stick to one. So has that got something to do with, the sweat and just, like boom, glue?
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
G'day, Trent. Welcome, mate. Welcome. How's things going, Trent? I haven't seen you for a while, buddy. How's it going? Long-time subscriber, supporter of mine, Trent, good fella. Comes from Tasmania. You're a good bloke.
Trent has always been a good mate, so there we
he
go.
He just works for a cunt of a company called Telstra. But he is a good bloke. He's a top man.
Shame on you, Trent. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, that's it. So you're getting back into the horses, buddy. You're getting back. That's the last time I kind of spoke to you. Anyhow, Trent, you've come along a little bit late. I'm getting about ready to head to bed.
Yeah, what do we got? Nearly midnight.
Yeah, nearly midnight. We'll give it 6 more minutes, and then it's the stroke of fuck off.
I thought you were half an hour behind us.
Come on, it's only 4 p.m. here. Come on.
I don't care. You open up a stream. Put your link in the chat.
Yeah, I have actually decided for today I will go on others' streams and be annoying.
Are you going to be a stream slut and give everybody the shits?
Yep.
Good on you. I'm going to give you the trophy. There, have the trophy. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Life's too short to take anything serious. What you got to do is just have fun.
Yeah, that's what. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Just having some fun and taking the piss out of each other.
Yeah.
Always fun.
You can't take the piss in Australia, JG. You touch another man's beer, you're fucked.
I'll give you a ring.
Oh,
Trent.
come on. I can easily take the piss out of Australia.
No, that was Aussie slang, mate. We also call beer piss. You know, we get on the piss, we get on the beer. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
It's a play on words, Aussie slang. Yeah.
You touch another man's beer, you get broken
yeah.
fingers, broken arms, broken
Jeff,
body.
I've showed it before, and I show it again. Let's see.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, down under, mate. You can
You
have
see
your house.
that? You recognize that one?
Yeah.
It's very
No,
piss.
never seen that before. No,
Jeff,
never
it's
seen it
very
before.
piss. There's Dark Vader.
It's
on
a
the thing.
fucking emu.
Okay. What's it from Australia?
Yeah. And there is the face. And when I turn the can.
Yeah. Yeah, an emu, yeah. Or an ostrich.
Where'd you
There
get
you
that?
have
Like-
the ass.
Yeah.
I don't know where the hell you get that from, but probably
Yeah.
Western Australia.
Yeah, well, down under, Jay, you can take our house, you can take our car, you can take our wife. Fucking touch my beer, I'll cut your nuts off.
Leave your money on the fridge.
There you go.
Hey, Wob, don't forget to leave your money on the fridge. Yeah, that was Kingswood country.
You know, it's like, you know what
a
Kiwis
fucking
are?
classic, John.
It's like,
Sorry.
Jay,
I
I'm
still got to
originally a
see you
Kiwi.
those bloody thing, Stephen.
Sorry?
Yeah, fucking brilliant.
Us Kiwis over here in Australia, Jay, oversexed, overpaid, and over here.
And
Yeah,
you know what?
Jeff, are you Aussie or Kiwi?
I was born in New Zealand, but I've lived in Australia for 42 years. I'm more Australian
Okay.
than New Zealand.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Jeff,
Yeah.
you're completely Australian. You've lost your. What are you fucking?
Yeah, well,
You've lost it completely, mate. You're just Australian. I think of you as an Australian, except for the fucking hat.
bastards have stolen
You took
everything
that
else
off. I think you were
from me, so I might
Australian.
as well be here.
Actually,
These Aussies, you know, they're like fucking magpies, mate. They pick up anything that shines. And look at me, I'm the fucking shiniest guy in town.
you know the one thing about it, Jurgen, here, we have multiculturalism in this country, and we've proven it don't work because we let the fucking Kiwis in.
You see, okay, what Stephen and Johnny don't understand is that my grandparents were welcome in Great Britain, not transported out of it. They haven't got their heads around that yet.
Well, like we give a fuck.
That's a bit nasty.
like we give a fuck, Jeff. You know, like,
Yeah.
you come from New Zealand, you know, like the little brother, like fuck off, you little cunt. You know, just get in the corner,
Sorry,
mate.
what's that, criminal? What's that? What did you say there, criminal? Mate, I've heard every Kiwi joke there fucking is. Mate, I give them shit right back.
You know, the biggest joke is New Zealand, actually.
Jeff, what's that joke they say New Zealanders wear Velcro gloves? What's it supposed to fucking mean?
Mate, I haven't been back there for 40 years. I don't, you know, like all the Kiwi stuff, it's a foreign country to me. I've got no ties, no connections. I don't want to go back there. I don't understand anything of the culture. But you see, here's the thing. Everything in New Zealand now, 0.87% of the population is Māori. But in New Zealand, everybody has to be a Māori or you're persona non grata. Well, I speak English. I'm white-skinned. I don't want to be a Maori. I don't want to speak Maori. I don't want to live Maori culture. Sorry, fuck off.
Well, what about the sheep outnumber the people?
Oh, come on, John.
No, they do. It's an actual fact. I remember when I was working over there, you know, because the birth rates were down, the whole lot of it, and there was 2 kids at a bus stop. And I said, hello, what's your name? And one turned around, the little girl turned around and said, Barbara. And the other one says, Basil.
Yeah, and I shot the bastard from the back of my fucking kangaroo while I was out grizzly crocodiles.
Yeah. Anyhow, I've got no problems about who I take the piss out of, so there's no racism here.
I'll warn you, the next live stream, I'm going to be pissed as a fart. I'm going to shit in a doorstep and fucking do the lot, mate.
Oh, g'day, Tim. Welcome along to the stream.
Tim's all right. I don't mind Tim, actually. But, never mind.
I think the wonderful thing about YouTube is you have that flexibility of talking to different people, different panels, different personalities. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Can I just say something, John?
Go for it.
Yes, not.
With Tim, the restaurant, when he had a shit, he shit in the restaurant doorstep because it was a Russian restaurant, and he's quite passionate about what's happening in fucking Ukraine, and he lost his cool there, so take it any way you like. So he had a shit on the fucking doorstep.
I don't care about pathetic behaviour.
Yeah, a lot of people did
And
take
then
it out
turn
of context.
Then turn it
wow.
around where people were saying, you pathetic piece of shit, mongrel cunt, low-life human being, to say, I did it because they were Russian. Well, that's prejudice. Has it got anything to do with him? I mean to say, hey, you know, he's a pathetic human being. Tim is a pathetic human being. Come on and debate me, Tim, if you want to, any day you want, because you're a pathetic piece of shit. Even fucking England doesn't want you back. You're that pathetic. Righto, moving right along.
Oh, shit.
Geez, I've got to meet this Tim. Fuck, who is he?
I've met him twice.
Twice. What? Second time for him to apologise for being a cunt.
Sorry?
The second time you met him so he could apologise. Didn't he stitch
Who
you up?
apologized? Who
Him.
apologized?
Him. Didn't he say, I'm sorry for stitching you up the last time?
Aussie sarcasm, Jay.
Not that I remember, but...
Anyhow, look, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I've had bit to do with him, you know, from other stuff. I don't like the man. I couldn't give a fuck about him. He's a drama queen. He'll do anything to pull a few views. And if he's got to do that to pull a few views, well, good luck to him.
Hey,
Because
Steve.
all he is a disgrace to the human race.
Steve, how the fuck do I stay on Johnny's good side? Fuck, I don't want to. I don't ever want to cop that.
Jeff,
Jürgen can
the
answer
best
that.
way, the best
Jürgen can
way
answer
to
that.
stay on Johnny's good side is to not speak.
Oh, okay.
Only speak when you're spoken to.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not an
hardly
angry
then, Stephen.
And the most important thing, Jeff, laugh at all these stupid fucking jokes. See, he's getting angry now. Look at the fucking steam coming out of his ears. He's just about to explode. Look at it. Fucking steam. Put on your camera. Want to look at the steam. No. Is that what he fucking voodoo doll?
No, that's fine. Oh, look, I take the piss out of people. I don't mind the people taking the
That's
piss
the
out of
way.
me.
That's the way, mate. That's the way.
It's
you can give
all-
it. You got to be able to. If you can give it, you got to be able to receive it. Look, I'm talking
shit,
about
yeah.
jokes.
You know, the whole part about it is, you know, it's about entertainment.
Yeah.
and that's the true fact. People watch any channel to be entertained. A little bit of information, real life information and stuff like that. They want that. I hope we can do that here. Get back into that kind of stuff. We're just easing back into it to just see what the test the water, you might say. But that's the main thing to get back into. That's the channel, my channel goal.
That's exactly right.
A lot of people on the internet, John, they give it out, and you give it back to them, and they can't fucking take it.
Oh, Steve,
And they get nasty. Oh my fucking god!
I can tell you one person right now that's probably the worst at it. And no. Good luck to him. Because the whole part about it is over the years we've all copped a little bit of flack, but I don't run away and hide under a bed for 2 fucking weeks and shit like that. But anyhow, doesn't matter.
Guys, I just found out the identity of a real when I say nasty, look, trust me, I'm not being sarcastic. And this guy is a real nasty piece of shit. He's a vicious, gutless prick. And I've identified him, and I put a picture up of him today. Well, the crying, miserable, fucking anonymous keyboard warrior is screaming, whinging, and whining and crying all over YouTube because he got outed. It's okay for him this is one of my trolls on my channel.
Moving right along, Jeff.
Yeah, so I put a picture up of him and identified him and let everybody know who this unidentified anonymous bastard really is. And all of a sudden, I'm the bad boy.
Yeah, of course.
All of a sudden, I'm the bad boy. After the shit that he's put out in my name, you would not believe.
Yeah, but no one likes doxing.
But you see, Jay, I've done nothing to him that he hasn't done in spades 10 times over to me in the most foul, vicious, nasty manner.
The whole thing about it, Jeff, is
while he's parading, Jeff, would that entitle me to fucking dox everyone? Because everyone, basically everyone have talked shit about me. They have doxed my family and so on and so on and so on. So
don't you want
I can dox whoever I want without precautions.
Well,
it doesn't make sense, does it?
Satisfaction and fucking throwing his shit back in his face. And like I say, the gutless anonymous coward is all upset about it. No, he can do it. It's just like Johnny said.
Jeff, don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls.
Didn't you read the sign on the way in, Jeff? Did you read the sign on the way in? No feeding of the trolls. They are pets, you know.
When you said everybody was talking about you, Stephen and I never did. We always give you a leg up, mate, and a pat on the fucking back.
I know. It's just like Johnny. I just do not listen to those bastards who call you a low down dog cunt. I mean, I take no notice.
The thing about it, Jeff, I don't care what they call me. The people that actually really know me, I'm no different on stream or off stream. I don't have a persona.
Yeah, what you see is what you get.
Yeah, exactly, Johnny. That is actually fucking true. That is true, Johnny. You don't.
No, I should. What do you reckon, Jürgen? I should invent one, kind of like Barry Humphries.
Yeah, no, I prefer you as you are.
Yeah.
Just to be. You are kind of like me. I tell what I think about people. I don't hide it. Come on, and you neither. You
A
neither.
cunt's a cunt.
If you find
Simple as
someone fucking annoying, you tell people about it.
Yeah.
So do
A
I.
cunt's a cunt. Simple as that, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I describe myself as the greatest. You know, without putting tickets on myself, I'm a really good friend. I will do anything for my mates. I'll give you the shirt off my back. But if people shit on me, I will make it my life's fucking endeavour to make their life a fucking misery in the same way. And Buick will tell you that a guy tried to do this to me, and that's why I created my channel. And that bastard is now sitting in a fucking slum, shitting and fucking ruining the day that he ever fucking took me on. And what he doesn't know is that in the next month or so, his life is going to be in the fucking toilet. He was given an opportunity to pull his head in and shut the fuck up. He didn't take it, and he pissed me off. Now, I've got mates out there that will tell you that I will do anything for them, and I will look after my mates. I'm a good friend, but I am the biggest cunt of an enemy you'll ever make.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair play, Jeff. It is. If you warned them and they didn't stop, just fucking go for it.
Yeah.
Aztec, you ventured back.
G'day, Az. How you going, buddy?
Az has ventured back.
Come on and say hello, Jeff. That was Jeff. What are you talking about? Az? Sorry, didn't mean that. Give him a link, John. Give him a link.
What's that link, Stephen? What's that to?
That's your channel.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
Get over there and subscribe.
I never ever go on someone else's stream and try and promote my own channel because.
But that's yeah. Don't feed the trolls, and did you see that's the thing, Jeff? You don't read nothing, do you? Just walk straight in. Don't feed the trolls, and put your link up to your channel.
Actually, that was
quite. John put him up last night. You must have seen him on the way out.
Yeah. Anyhow, the whole part about it is
you're right, mate.
Buick, the one thing about a Buick, that pathetic ass fight. You know, he actually, if you send him a message, tell him to team up with Timmy. That's Tim A, and they could probably
Tima.
Yeah, they could probably. I reckon they'd do really well together because they're both pathetic cunts.
No, come on.
You know, the whole part about it is they would soundboard off each other and probably make a very entertaining stream. He could talk about planting dead corn and growing fish in mud and starving pigs to death and ripping off everybody to shitting in bloody doorways. Yeah, that'd be wonderful fucking stuff.
Oh shit, Johnny.
Oh, look, I don't mind stirring them up a little bit, JG, as you know.
Yeah, Johnny, thank you. Johnny, I'm trying to fucking behave, and now you're saying all this.
No, I'm giving them free advertising.
Stuff.
Jürgen, I'm giving them free advertising.
Come on.
Jürgen, don't you know how it works? I'm giving them free advertising, and the thing is, they'll have a go back at me, and everybody will come across to my channel and go, "What's he going to say next?" I'm going to say nothing.
Johnny, you also know that now those people will say, "Why the fuck are you supporting Johnny? He's a fucking pisshead." Right? So now I have to fucking handle that shit again.
Hang on.
No one really does that, JJ, do they?
We see Jay being a pisshead in Australia is fucking normal.
No, it's never happened, Stephen. Never.
Yeah,
there is something inherently wrong with a man in Australia who's not a pisshead. So that argument's easily won.
Fair enough.
you know, we Aussies are known for being pissheads, and anybody who can't understand that or wants to fucking make fun of it, well, they're fucking morons. We're pissheads. We're proud of it. We fucking love it.
Can I address hashtag for a minute? I just want
I
to address
just
hashtag.
fire up my social, so I know what they say about it.
Aztec, I don't know if you know the whole story with Tim. It was a Russian restaurant. He's quite passionate about Ukraine, very upset.
Oh, so
And he shit on the Russians' doorstep and pissed on it. But I probably wouldn't have done that, neither would you, but that's what happened. So I'll give him a hall pass on that one.
When was the medal ceremony? I missed that. I'd give him a fucking medal.
Fair enough. Yeah. But that's why he reckons that's why he did it. But anyway, I probably wouldn't have done it.
But, you know, I think that the dumbest fucking occupation on the planet right now is the conscript that puts his hand up and says, I want to be a Russian tanker. How fucking dumb should you be to put your hand up to volunteer to be a Russian tank crew member?
Jesus, the Russians don't want to go to war with Ukraine. It's just their fucking government. It's just a big game over there. Even Zelensky's a fucking saying they're having a fucking argument and killing people over it. For fuck's sake. The whole lot of
the Russian people. The Russian people don't want this war.
No, they don't.
Or
they can't do anything about it.
Should I say special operations?
Yeah, you're fucking dead for saying that, JG. I recorded that.
The Russians by attacking civilians, and that the world won't stand for that. And look, it's a media war.
The whole part about it, Jeff.
And unfortunately for Putin, public opinion is not on his side. He's lost.
Look at the backstory. That fucking Biden's a piece of shit. He's a slimy cunt. He's a fucking liar. What they ought to do is get all the politicians and the American cunts, put them all in a fucking cage, and the one that walks out alive wins. Leave the people alone.
Yeah. I mean,
by the way, the Russian guy is saying that he's doing it to cleanse from the Nazis, right? How about this? Before attacking Ukraine, how about this? How about he clean out his own fucking army from all the neo-Nazis? How about that? But no.
There was no neo-Nazis in Russia. And we're all poofters and lesbians in the West. That's what he said.
Yeah, exactly. There are fucking videos on YouTube about the neo-Nazis in the fucking Russian army.
Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Don't love it.
Stephen, it's actually our fault. It's our fault. I can point you to this historically. It's our fault. At the end of World War II in May 1945, what did MacArthur say? He turned around and he said, right, we've got the massed fucking Allied armies here. Let's clean up these Russian cunts before the shit hits the fan. Nobody listened to him. If they'd have done what he said, none of this would ever have happened.
That's why they took Patton out. He was going to fucking keep going.
It would have been.
And they killed him. They killed him.
Yeah.
Have you looked into it? Yeah, they killed him.
Yeah, I know.
And just a side note about that guy saying Ukraine is just a bunch of Nazis. You are aware that Zelensky is actually a Jew.
Bullshit.
You're aware
He's been killing Jews. He was against the Jews. He's been prosecuting the Jews, and Putin got a letter that he was a Jew. That never heard another fucking word. That's why he attacked, because he was fucking attacking the Jews. Oh, fucking unbelievable.
Zelensky is a fucking Jew, you fucking moron.
Yep, that's right.
We know that.
But Putin didn't know that, and he's going on about him fucking crucifying the Jews. Oh, Fucking Jesus.
The whole part
And, you know,
about
there's
it is-
neo-Nazis in fucking Russia. They're in Australia. They're all over the world.
Oh yes.
But he wants to
Anyway,
highlight
I have to
Ukraine's
go and take a piss.
Nazis. Fucking whatever.
So Putin wanted fucking Zelensky to be his personal banker because we all know that the Jewish faith are really good at that. Zelensky said, "No, I don't want to be your banker." So Putin fucking invaded fucking Ukraine. Oh, yeah, I get it.
There was
it's a
nothing
lot-
Ukraine
it's a
could
lot-
do. They were going to invade anyway. It doesn't matter what they fucking did.
There was a lot more than that. America, as well, American business, and with slimy fucking Droopy Joe in charge of it, was the main reason people are dying.
Yeah, but the flow-on effect
Fucking lot
is
of it
now
on
Putin, Jeff, Putin wants Ukraine and he wants Poland, and he's not going to fucking stop.
stop. Yeah, he's not going to stop. And this
No,
is
he's not.
emboldening Xi Jinping or whatever his fucking name is to take Taiwan. The longer this goes on in Ukraine and the world fucking doesn't do anything about it, the more
Well, there's
fucking...
one question nobody fucking asked Xi Jinping. One fucking question. Why are you building up your navy? What is the purpose of it? Nobody ever asked him that.
Yeah.
What the fucking hell would you build up a fleet and a navy like that for? Only one fucking thing. It's not over Taiwan. It's over taking over the South China fucking seas, attacking the fucking Philippines, attacking all those fucking countries.
Well, I had this brought up to me while I
I've
was
got a
in the
question
Philippines.
for that, Stephen. Excuse me, Jeff. Just one very small question. Where they're going to get the fuel from?
Russia. Russia's putting the pipeline in for them.
I had this question brought up to me by a group of quite smart Filipino businessmen. I was having a meal with some people, and I got introduced to these businessmen, and we started having a chat. It's very open there. It's very friendly there. And I started having a chat with these guys, and they said, "Well, you're from Australia. How do you feel about the South China Seas thing?" And I said, "Look, I'm not going to get involved in your politics because that'll get me a bullet in the head. But I said, I can tell you this. There is no way that you have to feel unsafe, because if the Philippines falls, so does the entire South Pacific then become a target for the Chinese. And the Americans are not going to let Australia, New Zealand, and the South Pacific go. It's not happening."
No,
It's
it's
not
their backyard. It's their backyard, Jeff.
Eh?
It's their backyard.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
America's backyard.
But what I'm saying is that if the Philippines goes into Chinese hands, we're fucked. Everything's cut off. If they want to put an embargo in on us, if they want to cut us off completely, we're fucked. And the Americans are not going to let that happen. Why do you think they're putting in? Why do you think that our government has now got fucking American bombers up in Darwin?
There's a good point.
Why are we buying fucking
Mike
nuclear fucking
Jefferson's a
submarines?
sociopath who wants to manipulate people. He knows he can only do that to certain people long term who doesn't have any real friends. That's exactly it. Now,
Who's that?
Yeah,
if you look at the way, there's certain people in this genre that have lived.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
It was me
The Philippines can't be invaded by China. Can't be.
scrolling around, and I
The
was
Yanks won't do
the
that.
same. Who is talking
One at a time,
on the
gentlemen,
panel?
one at a time.
It
One at a
was
time.
on the other panel.
Well,
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
Oh, he's got his hand up
Sorry.
first. Shut up, JJ.
Sorry.
A few
You're
months
second.
ago, the Filipinos backed down on their embargo of the Americans, and the Americans are now occupying bases in the Philippines for two reasons. For two reasons. Marcos, corrupt bastard that he is, realizes that without Big Brother watching over his back, his country is in a really bad position. And secondary, the country is economically fucked. By the Americans moving back into all these bases, billions and billions of US dollars is going to flood into the Philippines economy, which is fucked. It's a really good deal for him to bring the Americans back.
Can I just answer one of the chat there, Jeff?
They're not going to be
Jeff?
fucking intimidated by a fucking
I'll just-
Chinese fucking idiot.
Just answer one of those. Stay frosty. The US are pulling out of Ukraine. They can't keep supporting them with armaments. It's time for the Chinese and Taiwan. Look, that's probably true what you're saying, but they're making so much fucking money out of it, Stay Frosty. They're not going to fucking stop. The Americans just pull it. They're building. They're making fucking. They're making a squillion dollars the US. They want to keep that war going. And you know, if they start up in Thailand, there's a lot of money there too. Yeah, money. It's all money. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Stephen.
All about the
Stephen,
dollar, mate. All about the dollar.
even the Swedes and the government are fucking sending over modified leopards. Remember, modified leopards to Ukraine. Even fucking Sweden is doing it. So why should US ship a shitload of stuff? Let them have a rest, and let the rest of Europe.
It's money, Jay. It's all money, JJ. Money.
Yeah, well,
hang on, Jay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
No
how many times in the last 50 years has America not been at war?
Never happened.
With somebody. Doesn't happen, does it? There you go. It's the biggest money spinner they got. And Coca-Cola. Anyway. But
when even fucking Sweden sends tanks, then you have to think about what the fuck is wrong with the world.
JJ, you've got to understand one thing. Sweden's giving those tanks, it's lend-lease. Ukraine is going to have to pay for them in the future. And it's the same with the Americans giving. They've got to pay for it in the future. It's called lend-lease. It took fucking England 60 fucking years to pay off their lend-lease. And it was billions and billions of pounds to the Americans. That's how it's working. It's all money, JJ.
Stephen,
money.
At the end of this war, they won't be like, now you have to pay. They will be lenient about it. Come on.
But they will pay.
Of course. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. They'll pay Sweden,
one way
they'll pay
or the other.
France.
One way or the other.
Yep. And you'll see McDonald's everywhere. You'll see fucking Chevrolets. You'll see fucking every American car over there, and you'll see Kentucky Fried Chicken, and and you'll see what's where they'll see little Abbas coming up everywhere there, and what else do you have? Oh, IKEA furniture. You'll have Abba and IKEA furniture. Yeah.
IKEA.
Oh, the Volvo.
IKEA.
What's the Volvo? Why Volvos?
Yeah, Volvo and IKEA. Yeah. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Yep. They'll be all in Ukraine. You watch. I'm serious. You watch. Be fucking McDonald's from arsehole to fucking breakfast.
Yeah, the whole lot of it. But the thing is, don't forget your ABBA T-shirts. The whole part of it.
Yeah, those good sellers, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to wind it up. We've been going 4 hours. It's time to go to bed. So I'm going to say good night to everybody. So catch you all later. See yous.
Okay, night, Johnny.
Thanks, Johnny.
Wednesday night. So
hang around, Jeff. Don't go.
Okay, you're going to take over. Good on you.